Good morning. Welcome to the State Public Works Board meeting. It's 9 o'clock straight up. How did that happen? And this is the time and the place of the State Public Works Board meeting, and we welcome you all here today and look forward to your presentations. We will start with roll call and then jump right into things.
Good morning. Will Lewis for the record. Roll call. Chairman Adam Hand.
Present.
Vice Chairman Clint Bentley.
Present.
Member Tito Taberti. Member Kevin Lewis.
Present.
Member Philip Manley.
Present.
Member Roy Walker.
Present.
Member and Director of Administration Joy Grimer.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Chairperson Hand, I apologize for not starting that way earlier. Thank you, Will. And the next item on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone here for public comment today? It doesn't appear as though we do, so we'll go ahead and move to the next item, which is our, this is for possible action, and it's agency presentations of the 2025 CIP. The first entity up is the NSHE, and we've got 2 hours, and I will share my my bias if I may right now. I'm an NSHE employee. I'm a professor at the University of Nevada. And I was appointed to this board by Governor Bryan and in 2016. And I feel like I work for him today as a professor at the University of Nevada, Reno. So I won't be one asking a lot of questions. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. For the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. My comments this morning will be brief because we really want to leave the time for our CFO, Mr. Vitone, as well as for you to have an opportunity to hear from each of our institutions. But first, wanted to take this moment to first thank you for your service on this very important board, and then also for just recognizing the needs across our state in capital. It has been a while. Last session, we did not receive any construction projects. However, we come forward today with a number of projects that we're very excited to share information about. We also wanted to thank the board and the state and the governor and the legislature for the $50 million in deferred maintenance that we received last session. I would say it's a drop in the bucket to when you look at the large footprint that the Nevada System of Higher Education has across our state from every single corner, and in support of our over 108,000 students and over 16,000 employees. And so with that, I'd like to turn it to Mr. Vitone, and then we will go through the presentation, and you'll have an opportunity to hear from each of our presidents and institutions. Thank you.
Good morning, Chris Vitone, Chief Financial Officer for the Nevada System of Higher Education. Just wanted to start, we have a list for you of the presenters. I'm just going to give you a quick introduction, and then, as the Chancellor said, we'll hand off to the presidents for their slides on their particular projects. Thought it would help just to give you a quick background on the process that gets us to here. We started in the early part of this calendar year with campus presentations on their priorities, and then over the course of several months worked with the system's business officers and presidents to sort through the projects, review them, and move forward with a ranking recommendation to the Board of Regents that they received at their May meeting, special meeting, so that we could submit that ranking to the Public Works Division. And that's the ranking that you have in this presentation today. I'll cover a couple items. So the way we've organized the presentation, it's by institution. So some of the projects will be out of order from the ranking, but we're based on their positioning in the ranking. They'll go through all of their projects at once. And I wanted to introduce. We have three projects that are I would consider them bundled deferred maintenance requests. There's actually other specific projects within the rankings that are deferred maintenance projects for some of the institutions as well. So I think all told, there's about half of these requests are deferred maintenance related, but three of them represent bundled requests. One you're very familiar with, it's the biennial higher educational capital and special higher education capital funding that the system receives. That amount has been $15 million each biennium, and that's much needed funding. We appreciate that. That amount, you might know, has been the same biennial appropriation for the past 40 years or so without an inflation adjustment. So it covers and is allocated, but it leaves quite a gap. The system maintains approximately $6 billion in depreciable property and infrastructure, and so you can see with the 2% estimate, that's about $120 million a year in need for deferred maintenance funding. The other two items that are in this list are item number 12, which is $35.2 million, and that is specific projects that were put forward by the four institutions listed. It is a fire and sprinkler system for DRI, some ADA improvements campus-wide for UNLV, campus-wide roofing projects at UNR, and an exterior building renovation for TMCC. So that $35.2 million had specific projects associated with it, and we would allocate it that way if that were funded. And then item number 14 is just that is a supplement to the HECSHEC funding that we would allocate in a similar basis according to square footage throughout the system. So the system has, as I mentioned, quite a deferred maintenance backlog. There is a maintained project listing across the system of about $300 million of deferred maintenance projects. So there's quite a significant need there, and that funding would go a long way. So, and with that, I would like to hand it off to Western Nevada.
And just one last comment, I would be remiss if I didn't extend our appreciation, all of the institutions in the system, to your staff at the State Public Works Board for working with our campuses hand in hand. And I know that comes on behalf of myself, the presidents, as well as the Board of Regents. So thank you.
Chairperson Hand, for the record, I failed to do this when I started again. If you'd please state your name and your institution when you get started, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Kyle Dalpy, president of Western Nevada College here in Carson City, Fallon, and our Douglas campus in Minden, Gardnerville. I'm going to try to make this work without, there we go. We appreciate everything State Public Works has done over the recent years. We do have a couple of projects that span back that you've helped us with, and we appreciate, as a small institution, we appreciate the support. Today I've got 4 items we'll go over. I'll spend a little bit more time on the first one. This is our Aspen building on the Carson City campus. This was ranked number 1 overall for the ENSHE institutional projects by the ENSHE rankings process, which I appreciate my colleagues supporting us on this. As noted on here, we do have $250,000 of our own money allocated for planning, and we are asking for the $1.5 million for this project, for this building. I'll back up just a little bit and let you know real quick that last year, Western Nevada College soared on enrollment. We are up 17% last year, and we've maintained that and even gone a little bit ahead of it this year. That is the highest enrollment we've had in more than 12 years. So we continue to build the college programs without building new buildings, so we're trying to take care and maintain the buildings that we have. So our Aspen building, which sits in the center of our Carson campus, has been renovated over the last 5 to 7 years. The first piece was Carson Nugget Hall. It's an event space. The second piece, thanks to the Pennington Foundation, was over $1 million of support for biology labs, including a cadaver facility. We've put our own money into it to redo and refresh windows on the east side, which is the hardest hit when the sun rises. And now we are working on our bookstore space, which is going to turn itself into a workforce hub with support of the Pennington Foundation, the Redfield Foundation, and our own institutional funds. So when we look at that building, the last piece that we have to renovate to make that building complete is our cafeteria space, which is our food service space, our outdated restrooms, all of it in that area, and that will finish that building. We have not been able to have a food service on campus for students because of the condition of the cafeteria. So we have put together a plan, as you can see in the bullet points, that will not only refresh that area and renovate it for use as a commercial kitchen, but also help us have the fundamental first few classes of a culinary program to link with our major partners that we offer culinary in now, which include Carson High School and Churchill County High School and some of the others. And so we are looking for the funding here that will help support the final renovation of that building, as well as building out the space for the food service, which includes the instructional space. And Mr. Chair, I'll just keep going, and if I see a hand go up, I'm assuming being first, you guys hold all your questions for the end, but you're welcome to jump in and interrupt me if needed. I also appreciate being the last in the alphabet going first today, because it's Western, we always go last, but the number one project helped us with that. The second one that is one of our project, and you can see the ranking on the list there, number 14, is our observatory, which is at the Carson City campus. If you've not been out there, I invite you to come out. Saturday nights, we have star parties. They're a little bit more robust in the fall because the days are shorter and the night skies are longer. We are looking for a renovation here of approximately $1.1 million to help reboot that observatory facility. It's gotten a little bit run down in the 20 years that it's been there. The Carson campus overall, as many of you can realize, was hit pretty hard 2 years ago by the snow we had, and we still have buildings that are recovering now, and the observatory sits up on the hill, so there's some facility renovation that's needed. There's some pieces that we can do for refreshing it, and what we're trying to do with that is we are trying to get that facility in order, proper lighting, et cetera, for stargazing, so that we can start to build more K-12 programs and bring in students from the school districts. We have also looked at other avenues for funding for programming, so this would be facility through State Public Works. The programming component would come from other funding sources, so we can reboot that piece. The final two are kind of are specific to us, but they are what I would call the deferred maintenance, or pieces that have started to really fall by the wayside. One of them is our Sage building at our Fallon campus. We have 3 buildings out there. We own the buildings. They live on the county property, but we are responsible for the facilities. And we have a HVAC problem with our Sage building, which unfortunately we can't just take offline because it houses, of course, needed programs, but in particular our CTE programs. Ironically, the HVAC replacement in the Sage building is the building that houses our HVAC program out there. But the HVAC is so old that they've been buying parts off the internet. It's a single package on the roof, and multiple buildings now have multiple packages, so it really needs a complete redo. And so that would help that building, which houses our auto computer science lab, our CDL, commercial driver's license training, and welding labs. So we are looking for funding for that as well. And then the final piece on our list is boiler replacements at 2 of our facilities. Those are at the Carson campus and the Douglas campus down in Minden. Again, $1.3 million to help with the boiler side of the HVAC system. And so again, another more along the lines of a deferred maintenance project, but one that definitely needs to be done. We are a small institution. We do have a record number of students. However, our spaces are very dated, and we spend a lot of time renovating them, restructuring them before we even look at the possibility of new buildings. And so keeping them running is our priority. So with that, I think that's my last slide. So if there's any questions, happy to answer them, or I'll hand it off to the next person.
Roy Walker, when you make your presentations, the way that you are making your presentations is not how our books are.
Oh,
We are arranged by your priorities, not by your divisional priorities. So would you give us a little gap from one to the next one so we can get to that page?
absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
The first one should have been right on, and then yeah.
And please state the number.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, any need to go back and review my 4, or are we good on the 4, do you think? Back up? We're good?
I was able to
Okay.
get
All
to
right.
each one. It was
Heads
just
up for those
a
behind me. Thank
struggle
you.
to do such.
Looks like you must have done a great job. We don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Kumud Acharya, President of DRI, Acharya, A-C-H-A-R-Y-A. I'm here with my colleagues, but they will introduce themselves later. So this is a unique, this project is a unique partnership between 3 NC institutions. And this is the only task that we have this year. The project to be constructed on the DRI Reno campus, which adjoins TMCC, and will also be shared with the Nevada State University, providing this first purpose-built facility in North Nevada for them. The building is envisioned as a 40,000 square foot facility with classrooms, laboratories, co-located, encouraging collaboration between DRI's world-renowned scientists and students from TMCC and NSU. DRI has experienced unprecedented growth in the last 4 years. Our revenue has grown by about 55%, and our employee numbers has gone up by about 50%. So we've grown from about 400 plus employees to 600 plus employees right now. And we are trying to manage as efficiently as we can within the existing space that we have, but eventually, soon enough, our growth will be constrained by the lack of space that we have. That's why this is a desperately needed project for us. This project has been, DRI and TMCC has pursued this project for over 20 years. The first time we went to the legislature in 2005 and 2007 for this one. The space that we're asking for, we're also hoping to have a joint use auditorium in this building, and then that will be used by all 3 institutions, and this will also help the economy of the region. Recognizing the importance of the project, the Board of Regents chose this as a number 2 overall ranking for this project. And I'd invite my colleagues if you want to add anything else to this one.
So good morning. I'm Dr. Karin Hilgersum, for the record, president of TMCC on my 9th year, and it's been a dream come true with exception to capital. Anyway, that's why I'm always so excited to come before this board and make the pitch, but this is the best pitch I've done since I arrived in 2016 because of partnership. This is a fantastic partnership between the Desert Research Institute, Truckee Meadows Community College, and Nevada State University. So why is it a great partnership? Well, first of all, Dr. Darian Pollard and I have a lot of great partnerships that we've already begun. And I think the one that's my personal favorite, we have a 3+1 bachelor's degree in graphic art and design at TMCC, where Nevada State University funds a full-time faculty member who covers the upper division credits, most of them, and she is located in Reno, right? So now we have students at a 2-year college, predominantly 2-year college, getting a very affordable bachelor's degree through Nevada State University, all happening in Reno at TMCC. And this really is the vision of the state university tier that we now enjoy in Nevada. So that is really great. We intend on doing similar partnerships in this new facility. And the one that comes to mind for TMCC include both the sciences and teachers who teach science. So it's all about STEM. We're also up in enrollment this semester. It's looking like we're up 18%, which is phenomenal, and we're still enrolling. And school started this week. So this is really terrific. We know we have a growing number of teachers. We have a growing number of scientists. We are also a Hispanic serving institution and a minority serving institution. And we're seeing just an increase in these 2 important majors. And this will be transformative. There's 3 zones in this new building: the imagination zone, the invention zone, and the transformation zone. And I think Dr. Pollard can talk a little bit about that because she's so good.
That's a lot of pressure. Darian Pollard, Nevada State University, honored to be here before you again. I'll briefly state by a brief introduction that this type of concept is certainly not a novel one. If you would look at higher education across the country, maximizing taxpayers' resources by co-locating institutions who have shared missions and also have shared delivery options, maximizes the taxpayers' dollars while at the same time providing access and choice to students. And that's what this opportunity, I think, before us lies here. As we stated, we already have a small presence, a blueprint in the North by doing that primarily at TMCC. We also have online presence. We deliver courses in teacher education. What's very important here that we believe is that this allows us to have a presence more defined and to free up space on Dr. Hirgoson's campus, but it also allows our students to see pathways, whether they are students wanting to pursue becoming teachers, if they're students who want to become scientists, they're going to be in spaces where they're going to have the opportunity to see, feel, and live that. And then finally, what I think is probably most important, it gives students an opportunity to think about choice. There are phenomenal institutions in this state, and having students be able to consider all of those options as a part of their educational future is something that we're very proud of. So I'm grateful to my colleagues who've been planning this building for a number of years. I recognize that this is a unique opportunity that occurs in many states across the country and certainly could be a novel one for the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Any questions?
Roy Walker, on your project, I see your construction costs and your fit and finish, and your fit and finish is roughly 10% of your construction cost. If this is going to be a labs and technology, what are your specifics within the labs and the technology? Is that just 10% of construction, or are there specifics?
I'd like to maybe invite Peter Ross, the Assistant Vice President of Facilities for DRI, and he has a lot of experience building labs, 35 years at DRI.
Good morning. Peter Ross from the Desert Research Institute, for the record. Thank you for your attention to this project. We appreciate it. Again, it's the #2 priority ranked by NSHE, so we're really excited that the regents have also recognized the importance of this facility. The costs that we have currently projected are very preliminary, and we've worked with your board staff to outline the programming, site evaluation, and then the design of the building. So there's still a lot of room within the project for us to look at how best to optimize it. So very early in the process. The illustration that you see on the slide was developed 4 years ago with help from your former administrator, Chris Jimitz, who came to DRI to work with us as a part-time architect. And we're looking forward to updating that and making sure that it's optimized for the needs of all 3 institutions.
Roy Walker, so you're not after any more state money than what, for fit and finish, than what is included in here?
The current request is for planning, programming and planning through construction documents. We hope to be back after that to ask for further funds for construction of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Nice job.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Director. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada. It's a privilege and honor to be here. And first and foremost, I want to thank you all for your recommendation, which the governor adopted with regard to the maintenance money that we are using that to update the campus in terms of ADA projects across campus, and it's truly been a benefit, and that was about 17 million of the 15 million that you were recommended. So I think it's always important for you to know what's happened before and what we're doing now. But I am honored to present the university's priorities for the 2025-2027 biennial capital request. Our top capital request continues to be the advanced planning for a new life sciences building. This request has been our top priority since 2018 and has been a priority for the Board of Regents every biennium since 2019, making this the fourth time we've requested funding for this very building. And as you recall, the current Fleshman Agriculture Science Building is now 65 years old and no longer meets the standards for laboratory and teaching spaces expected of a competitive R1 Carnegie Research University. And we are proud to say that this year our research expenditures were approximately $180 million, which is the highest research expenditures that we've ever had. But if you've had the opportunity to visit this building, as I like to say, the 50s called and wants its building back, we've done the best we can in terms of accommodating all the modern research that needs to be done in that building. We've remodeled. We've done our best to adapt the existing structure, but it's just gotten to the point where we can't do that anymore. In fact, if you walk in the hallways, we have those rinsing stations that are sitting out in the hallways with no drains because we can't accommodate that, but we need to put those rinsing stations out there. So this is indeed an urgent need for our campus to continue our R1 research mission, and even more importantly, to support our academic and research faculty. I think if you look at the slide, I think this building is approximately $40 million more for the exact same building that we asked for 4 sessions ago. So before I move on to the next item, I'd be happy to answer any questions with regard to the proposed life sciences building. All right, I'll move on. The next item is number 10. And actually, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I did leave some notes out that I would like to make for the record with regard to life sciences building.
Sure, please do.
So I think it's important also to make a record for how students would benefit and how the state would be served with regard to this building. The types of students that will be benefiting from a new building will be involved and will be studying brain and neural development, sleep and congenital and trauma-induced disorders. They will be pre-med students, pre-nursing students. So these are all skills and workforce that we desperately need, excuse me, in the state. They'll be also involved in biotechnology, environmental sciences, and the pharmaceutical industry. So again, moving on to number 10, next CIP request is not a fancy one, but a necessary one, but would provide funding for a crucial HVAC and chiller upgrade on the north end of campus. And again, if you look at the photo on the slide, that's the temporary one that we use up on the north end of campus because the current one has failed. And so every summer we have to rent this one in order to cool the building. But this project entails installing 2 300-ton chillers to enhance the chilled water system that cools multiple buildings, ensuring a comfortable and sustainable environment for our students and faculty. The current system, as I said, one chiller is broken. It has failed, but is aging and becoming less efficient. This upgrade is vital for energy conservation, operational efficiency, and the long-term sustainability of our campus infrastructure, providing a safe and conducive learning environment for our students and faculty. And again, I think this request mirrors one that was made by DRI 2 years ago, which was approved by this committee. It's just one of those things. It's we've gotten a good, useful life out of that chiller. It has failed, and it is something that we desperately need. So with that, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Well, Enchi is doing a fabulous job presenting this morning because there are not very many questions. So thank you for your presentation. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, good morning again, Darian Pollard, President of Nevada State University. It is always difficult to follow my colleague, Mr. Sandoval, but I'm going to try and do so, and hopefully can keep the roll going in terms of us doing good things here. Again, I'm representing Nevada State University, and to my left is Dr. Gloria Walker, who is our Vice President for all things budget and finance. So, as I always say, I'm happy to have her answer the hard questions, and I will do all the easy ones to the extent we can. Nevada State University is a new and growing institution. We're just experiencing our 22nd birthday coming up soon, where we are going to be developing nearly 450 acres of developable land on that campus. We're fortunate to have newer buildings and less deferred maintenance, as some of our colleagues have described. However, our needs are unique in comparison to every other institution. In particular, we can't fully serve our mission as a mid-tier institution that provides savings to taxpayers by being a teaching institution without the adequate resources necessary to do the work of that. So with that in mind, you will see 4 projects that I'll speak to, and hopefully it will respond to any questions you may have with that. The first project was ranked number 5 according to the Enchi ranking list, and this is our academic village. This is an opportunity for us to serve as a resource-efficient hub where students can have all of their student services and many of their academic support services co-located in one facility. Nevada State currently requires 244% more study space to meet the needs of our student body. We know that student support services are critical for the students that we have the privilege of serving. 30% retention rates are seen when students access tutoring services. So we want to expand that space. Our current tutoring services exist in a space that's about 1/7 the size of this room. So we would benefit deeply for our students having that. And our academic village was ranked higher in previous sessions. This has been our 3rd opportunity to bring this before this body, but we have only continued to grow since that time. This project is one that is near and dear to my heart because we know that it is indeed necessary for students to have those support services in order for them to be successful within an academic environment. Mr. Chair, I can continue, or if you'd like me to pause for any questions regarding this particular project.
Let's take questions if they exist. Yes.
Roy Walker,
Yes, sir.
in your submittal to us, you have a deficit space requirement to be funded by 2029 by 73,000 square feet.
We do have a deficit space. We do not have, if I am understanding your question correctly, we do not have enough space to serve the students that we have, and certainly for the anticipated growth of the institution. That is what makes us very unique as it compares to many of our peer institutions, because we're new. And as a result of that, our campus is primarily composed in the corpus of 4 buildings right now, with 2 other buildings that are adjacent, somewhat of a little bit of a distance from that, in addition to some series of residence halls. So we are compacted, and our growth is contracted because we don't have adequate space to do the growth that we need to do and can do.
That being 5 years from now, when will you start the process for your funding request for that expansion?
We have brought this for this period as a planning project. We decoupled it. I think our original presentation, the first time we brought it, was all in at one. We were counseled to separate that, so last year we divided it as a planning project, and we're bringing it back this year. This is just for planning, this $5 million, and then we will bring back in the subsequent year, subsequent session for construction and FF&E.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. Go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our second project is ranked 13 in the NCHE list. I'll pause to let you advance if you'd like to do so. This is, again, a planning grant or planning project that we're asking for, where we are going to build additional classrooms, lab space, and office space, again, on our campus. Nevada State was one of our primary missions, was founded around the creation of nurses. And about 43% of all NCHE nurses that are baccalaureately prepared come from Nevada State University within the state. We are at profound capacity issues as it relates to our science laboratories. This allows us also to expand into other STEM areas, and therefore with fewer programs and less capacity, we're unable to meet the needs that we have currently in our campus. So we have asked for planning dollars to allow us to build this building, hopefully in a future year to come back and ask the body for consideration for construction and then FF&E.
Chairperson Hand for the record. Any questions?
Phil Manley, I see here on this one, it says that you all are the second fastest growing four-year public institution in the nation. That sounds pretty impressive. And just maybe, can you speak on that a little bit? Is that mostly online or in person or?
No, it's actually in person. The Chronicle of Higher Education, a few years ago, they do a national ranking of fastest growing institutions, and ours contributes, which is interesting, it's an anomaly compared to what's happening across the country, where you're seeing the north and the southeast and the northeast, the southeast and the southwest are growing in higher education typically, whereas the northeast and the other parts of the country, particularly Midwest, are contracting. Our populations are growing in these areas, and as a result of that, we've enjoyed growth. I'll also say it's because of how we serve our students and the students we typically serve. 75% of our students at Nevada State are students of color. Almost 80% of our students, 50% of our students are first generation students, and we continue to attract what we call the new majority in higher education. So as a result of that, we are growing rapidly, and we're also seeing expansions in addition to online in our dual credit program. So we've been very successful in both of those spaces, and as a result of that, that growth certainly is tempered some post-COVID. I think all of higher education is experiencing some renewed efforts around enrollment, with the exception of our community colleges in this state. So that's something that needs to be, I think, congratulated wholeheartedly. Thank you for the question. My next project is by far the most sexiest one on the list. This would be water infrastructure. It's the thing that I love talking about all the time, water, water, water. This was ranked 19 on the NCHE ranking list. We know that when I arrived at this institution 3 years ago during my interview, several folks talked to me about a water problem, and I thought we needed more water because we were in the desert, and I found out that it's not that we need more water, which we do, we actually have a water pressure issue. And as a result of that, we have about 75% of our available land is affected by an inadequate water pressure issue. So when I arrived, if I'm correct, it was a $6 to $7 million project. Now it is almost an $11 million project that's grown extensively. It is a public safety issue for fire suppression, and it is also impacts our ability to develop our property as we move forward, because we'll have to have water pumps in every building or every minor project in order to build out the rest of that facility, the campus. Short-term water pumps are costly and have increased risk for damaging pipes due to bubble pockets. I'm an English professor, but I have learned about bubble pockets. There is also an opportunity for this could be grouped with our other capital priority projects as necessary. The cost has increased dramatically, as I've said, since I arrived here due to inflation. And potentially, as we are looking to expand this project and go forth with what we're calling our smart growth area opportunity to build out through an alternative, non-public funded process for that campus. We're very excited about what this could do for us, but more importantly, what's necessary for the campus in the long term.
Chairperson Hand, for the record, do we have any questions? Philip looks like he's digging one up.
Yeah, Phil Manley, for the record, this description talks about possibly partnering with the city of Henderson or their municipal water supply system. Would they share in some of the costs of construction if that's feasible?
That is one of the, whether it be state, county, and/or the city of Henderson. We've had extensive conversations with the city of Henderson about this because they also have adjacent properties that they know will be developing in the near future. So we're prepared and they're prepared to have those conversations as well with us to help defray the cost. So that's something that we think brings us to the table as a benefit as well. Great observation.
Like we have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, nice job.
My last project is ranked 23. We just made it on the list here. I often tell people that the one gift of COVID is that COVID has given us, I think, a vocabulary and an awareness around mental health and wellness, particularly as it affects college students. So we are asking in this particular project planning dollars for a facility for mental health that will allow us to have a licensed counselor and a treatment area on the campus for our students. We know this is critical for many of our students, especially those who are first-generation students who largely come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds that may not have access to these types of facilities or services in their communities. Many of our students, actually, we are a commuter institution primarily. They commute hours away, and if we can provide those services on our campus, similar to many of our sister institutions, we know it would be not only an asset to those students and their families, but I dare say an asset to our community as we have healthier and thriving members in our community. And that, Mr. Chair, is the last project, and I'm happy to respond to any questions that you all may have regarding that or anything I've spoken to.
Well, again, very nice job. We don't have any questions, so thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to every member.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Dr. Amber Danilli, and I am the president at Great Basin College. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of Great Basin College. It's an honor to be here to present to this distinguished group of leaders who play a critical role in shaping the infrastructure and future of the great state of Nevada. I'm proud to represent an institution that has been the heart of higher education and workforce development in rural Nevada for greater than 50 years. Our college serves a vast, diverse region, providing access to quality education and training that empowers our students to strengthen our communities. Today, I'm here to discuss the significant projects that are crucial to the continued growth and success of our institution. These projects not only enhance our ability to serve our students, but also align to our broader goals in the state of Nevada with economic growth and development, workforce readiness, and community enrichment that are vital for the state of Nevada. This first slide outlines the beginning of a new chapter for Great Basin College as we embark in the development of our Pahrump Valley campus. This master planning project is a crucial step in expanding our reach to impact Southern Nevada. The project is more than just building as an infrastructure. It represents our commitment to expanding our educational access and fostering community growth in Pahrump and the surrounding areas. The total cost of this project is $12.46 million, with $12.16 million requested from the state and $300,000 committed by Great Basin College. In 2016, the Bureau of Land Management conveyed 274 acres of land to Great Basin College with the commitment to build within 10 years. As we approach that deadline, urgency for funding is very clear. Without it, our ability to expand programs and provide essential training for Pahrump Industries remains constrained by our current undersized facility. This limitation directly impacts our capacity to meet the educational and workforce needs of our growing community. Pahrump is one of the fastest growing areas in our state, and this new campus will play a crucial role in improving access to higher education for its residents. It will serve as a beacon of opportunity, offering programs that directly address the needs of our local populations and our industries. Moreover, the campus is designed to be an innovative and workforce development hub. It will help meet the critical needs of healthcare, manufacturing, lithium mining, and other emerging industries by providing training, resources, and the necessary resources for this sector. The Pahrump Valley campus will not only support the local economy, but also contribute to the broader economic development of Southern Nevada. And I'll pause there for any questions that you guys might have.
Yeah, Phil Manley, can you speak a little more about this commitment to build in 10 years from the BLM?
That's correct. So when the land was handed over to Great Basin College, you have to have some sort of development on that land. And so we are headed towards that deadline of 2026, where we have to have some sort of progress. This is our initial step of that progress. And I would tell you that initially when we started looking at this in 2016, the cost of what we're asking for today was around $3 million. And just as President Sandoval said, with that increase over time, it keeps growing. So a year ago, it was $8 million. Now we're at a $12 million mark, and we know that that's going to go up in the next year to $13 million. So we're in that same cycle of seeing that develop and the cost increasing.
Phil Manley, again, I guess probably a two-part follow-up question then. Does just doing the design satisfy the requirements of the BLM? And is there anything short of all in looks like, $115 million project that would satisfy the needs of the BLM?
I mean, ideally, we would like to do the full project, but doing it in pieces and having some sort of development. So this is the first that they would accept as progress towards development on the property without actually breaking ground. Any further questions? Great. As we focus on preserving the legacy at Great Basin College, it is essential to address the infrastructure needs of our two most historically significant buildings, McMullen Hall and Lumberg Hall. These buildings have served our campus communities for decades, but their age has brought on critical challenges that must be addressed to ensure that they will continue to serve efficiently. The McMullen Hall and Lumberg Hall roof and the HVAC repair project total cost is $1.1 million, with $1 million request and $100,000 committed by Great Basin College. Both buildings have rooftop HVAC systems that are nearly 30 years old, far beyond their useful life. Additionally, the roofs are in poor condition, with previous repairs no longer effective, leading to persistent leaks and ongoing damage. The McMullen Hall is a central hub for college, housing our library, Veterans Affairs office, classrooms, and office space. The leaks not only damage the building, but also pose health risks due to the water exposure. Lumberg Hall houses vital data centers and infrastructure such as SCS, NDOT, and GBC, making it a critical project and that the space cannot experience further water damage. These repairs are not just about maintaining the infrastructure, they are about the safeguards, health and safety, and functionality of these critical spaces at Great Basin College. And I'll pause for any questions that you might have. Great. This project focuses on renovating and modernizing Berwick Hall at Great Basin College Elko campus. Our goal is to transform the building into a welcoming student center with efficient workspace while ensuring it meets ADA compliance and standards. This renovation is essential to ensuring the functionality and accessibility of one of our key campus buildings. The project has a total cost of $2.75 million, with $2.5 million requested and $250,000 contributed by Great Basin College. The renovation will modernize Berg Hall at the Elko campus, transforming it into a student center with workspace. And some of the challenges that we have in that building, just because of the datedness of it, are those ADA compliances. The HVAC system, lighting, and windows will be improved, creating energy efficiency and reduced operational costs. Currently, there is significant temperature variations and poor circulation throughout that building. The campus administration building is also housed in this area, and this will improve our business operations. Modernizing this space will not only improve the functionality, but will also make GBC more attractive for prospective students and faculty. The renovation is essential to maintaining a welcome, efficient, and accessible environment for both students and staff at Great Basin College. And are there any questions? Hearing none, I'll go on. This project focuses on the comprehensive repair and resurfacing of our parking lot asphalt, both in Elko and the Ely campus, along with necessary repairs to walkways on the Elko campus. By addressing the existing surface damage, we aim to ensure safety, accessibility, and the overall aesthetics and appeal of these vital areas, ensuring long-term durability and improved user experience. The total cost of this project is $825,000, with $750,000 requested from the state, and $75,000 would be provided by GBC. Some of the key points that I would mention is that the Elko campus has nearly 500 square feet of asphalt, and the Ely campus has around 42,000 square feet. This project will address cracks, potholes, and general wear and tear, sealing the asphalt, repainting parking stalls on both campuses. Regular comprehensive maintenance like this is essential to extend the lifespan and infrastructure and reduce the needs of frequent repairs. Ultimately saves money by addressing these issues early on rather than allowing them to continue to get worse. Additionally, the Elko campus has over 193,000 square feet of concrete, much of which is falling, cracked, or heaved. These conditions pose significant safety and accessibility risks. This project is crucial to maintaining the integrity, safety, usability of our campus infrastructure and helping prevent larger, more costly repairs in the future. And are there any questions on that project? I'd like to thank you for your time and your attention today as we outline these critical projects that are essential to the future of Great Basin College. Each initiative, as we've discussed, reflects our commitment to providing high-quality education, fostering community growth, and ensuring that our facilities are safe, efficient, and accessible. By addressing these needs, we are preparing Great Basin College to continue to serve as a pillar of opportunity and excellence for generations to come. I would also add that we also experiencing a high increase in growth in our student population of over 16% at the start of this semester. That's more growth in students than we have seen in the last 3 to 4 years in pre-COVID. So we know that we're growing, and we're growing at all of these locations. I look forward to the opportunities ahead as we bring these projects to life, and I am confident that with your support, we will achieve great things at Great Basin College and the communities that we serve. Thank you again for your commitment to the future of higher education in the state of Nevada, and I'm happy to address any final questions. Thank you.
Phil Manley, I've got another question. I think it was mentioned on project number 6, but in general, it talks about, skilled workforce for local businesses. Are there any programs in particular that your college has that serves, I think that area is Pahrump, or just in general that may be unique for Great Basin that's not offered at other colleges?
Right, so that is a great question, Dr. Amber Dinelli. For the record, I appreciate you asking it because the second largest lithium deposit is in Tonopah. And so one of the programs that we are going to be developing is called a process plant operator trainer. That's going to be key in our ability as a state to train workforce to develop that project and work within that mining extract, as well as the processing and that lithium loop with the lithium tech hub. So the other areas are the manufacturing that we already have in that area, and then SB 375, which was the funding that we received for nursing. Our expansion is specifically in Pahrump because there is such a need and such a shortage there that that's where we put the majority of the funding directed towards that campus.
Thank you.
Joy Grimmer, I have a question. Can you explain what the current footprint in Pahrump is like? What's your enrollment numbers, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so we have a pretty significant number of dual enrollment students there, but our campus also has we're right around 38% of our enrollment comes from there. We're seeing a steep increase in how many students we actually have in that area and what we're recruiting to that area. But again, with the limited space and what we can have, we have one building there. Right now, what we're able to offer as far as live courses physically there are mostly in health sciences. We added the nursing program there. We've added the medical imaging program there, and then we just added MAPE, which is medical assisting phlebotomy and EKG. So the mining manufacturing is also a newer program. So we're really expanding there and growing and have an opportunity to see even more growth there. But we're constrained by just having the one building and what we can actually put in there. So we oftentimes use the high school. It's adjacent to our primary campus there. And so one of the programs that we're looking at adding is going to be a diesel program, but that would be in partnership with their school district and using space on their campus in order to use their automotive lab.
Phil Manley, another question, perhaps a follow-up on my prior one with the land patent issue. Is there a contingency plan if this isn't funded?
You have to have some sort of development on there, whether that be water, putting in a well, or even developing a road into that piece of property. It is also adjacent to the Speedway. And so our thought process is really to utilize some of the funding that we would have committed to this project and use that for either road or some sort of utility access. And that might buy us a short amount of time, but it wouldn't allow us to actually grow or develop or make an impact other than retaining the piece of property, which was not the intent when that was deeded over to us.
Well, thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's good to be here with you all today. I want to start by saying in my time at UNLV, and sorry for the record, Keith Whitfield, president of UNLV. So in my time at UNLV, one of the true game changers for us was the investment of Public Works into building a new advanced engineering building. That on our campus in the short time that it's been since it's completed has truly transformed and built our capacity to be able to provide a much needed piece of the workforce in our state. So I want to thank you for that support. So for today, we bring you 3 different projects, the first of which is the Lee Business School building. It's ranked number 6 in terms of the NSHE priority request, and it's number 1 for us. This would be seeking a little over $6 million in state funding to support the construction of a new Lee Business School academic building. The other half would be come from philanthropy, from internal funds and financing. The state funding is going to be critical for us to be able to move this forward. Before I get into some of the specifics about the particular building, there is a context behind this that I think is important and shouldn't be missed. On December 6th of last year, we had a shooting that occurred in our business building. And while we were already thinking about changes that we wanted to make and to build a new building, I think that accelerated the urgency of that. What our goal and plan would to be to build a new building and then to repurpose the building where that event actually happened. That will provide in some ways some relief, just changing the face of the campus, changing a little bit of the history of the campus in a way. And so this is a critically important project for us. This new building stems from significant limitations in the current facility, which lacks sufficient classroom, collaborative spaces, and dedicated areas for student services. It also hampers our ability to create more industry partnerships and community engagement. The existing building also cannot accommodate the growth and expansion to meet future needs. And relative to expansion and future needs, it is important. This is an interesting point in the cycle of the university, because as we start the fall semester, we do our official counts in September. And currently, we have the largest incoming class that we've ever had at the university. And we also may top as much as 33,000 students, an increase of over 5%. And so the university is growing in many different ways, and this is a critical building to be able to try to deal with those changes and the advancements that we're seeing in lots of different areas of the university. The building will house a 23,000 square foot Student Success Center and a 3,600 square foot piece that's going to be dedicated to PhD and Doctor of Business Administration programs, which is vital for attracting top students to come to our university and for our state. Areas of interaction for students and the business community is critical for them to be able to have the kinds of experiences that they need to have to serve our public. And this project is designed to be able to generate significant cost savings by consolidating the business school into a single facility, whereas right now it's distributed, which will allow for, again, the repurposing of Beam Hall. For the project, get another piece there. The total cost of the project is $136 million. That's what we're estimating, with the total square footage being 131,000 square feet. With that, I will stop and see if you have any questions on this particular item.
Phil Minley, can you maybe speak a little more about the current enrollment of the College of Business in general and perhaps projections and how that ties into this facility?
Great question. I don't, and I'm a numbers guy, so it's killing me that I don't have the exact numbers, but we're seeing relative upticks in every single one of our programs, so there is an uptick, but I couldn't give you the exact numbers. One of the places I do know that it's grown actually, though, is in terms of our graduate student enrollment. And so that's a really important piece when you think about the economic viability of those people that are getting degrees and going out and being able to really be productive. And so we are seeing an increase in terms of the graduate student enrollment. I can give you that as a positive.
Thank you.
So let's keep moving on here. Our next project is our number 2 priority, and it's a priority number 18, or 17. Is it 17 or 18?
Didn't get updated there. 18.
Yeah, I think it's 18 in terms of the NSHE priorities. This would be for a new UNLV education building. UNLV is seeking a little over $6.5 million in state funding to support the construction of a new education building. The building that we're in currently is over 50 years old and is really no longer sufficient to be able to meet the growing needs and demands of students and the community. Retrofitting it would be too costly and insufficient, and a new facility is essential to advance pre-K through 12 education. We also do a lot of our mental health training for folks to be able to go out into the community and serve. as well as other workforce development outcomes. Our College of Education has really been outstanding in the last few years. It has done things like creating one of the nation's, I think it's still the only, apprenticeship program, preparing more than 1,000 teachers for apprenticeship success. We're proud that we've also been able to earn recognition at both state and federal levels for recognition for its groundbreaking efforts for tackling the challenges that we have in the state in the pre-K through 12 sector in terms of teacher shortages. Our impact is growing. In the past year, we've seen a 15% increase in enrollment in education, with a remarkable 43% growth over the last 5 years. But our impact does not stop at UNLV. We're working directly with school districts and community leaders statewide in supporting K through 12 programming and implementing youth workforce development initiatives. We need this new building to be able to better serve and be able to better meet those workforce needs. Our commitment to education and mental health is unwavering, providing critical mental health as well as virtual educational services to students and families across Nevada is desperately needed and to be continued, and we need this new building to be able to best serve our community. The project cost estimate is $135 million, with the total square feet being about 132,000 square feet. With that, let me stop and see if you have any questions.
Phil Manley again. Both of these have 50% funding from the school. What's the revenue source for that? And unless I missed it on the other ones, I think maybe University of Nevada, I'm from Northern Nevada, had 50% on the design, but not the construction. How are you guys able to fund 50% versus, I'm not seeing that in the other institutions?
Yeah. Our plan is to be able to use private philanthropy, perhaps some of our investment income that comes to the university. This is another one of those things that's a top priority, and so we would seek every additional way in which we could to be able to build this building. And particularly for the philanthropy, once the planning is approved, that makes it much easier to be able to go out into our community and be able to raise money because they know that it's going to be real. We've had a lot of good conversations with folks, but they're waiting for this piece to know that planning piece of it is going to go on, knowing that we'd have approximately a 2-year run-up to be able to then need the funding to be able to bring our half to a building project like we typically do with Public Works, where we share it 50-50.
Thank you.
And just an additional point, it's similar to what we did with the advanced engineering building. And as you remember, I think all of us could tell a story about COVID. COVID interrupted that because we desperately needed to, in the state, be able to provide some additional funding. So that funding that was dedicated was pulled away. But when we came back, was that 2022, we did that 50-50 split, and that's how we came up with the ability to build the advanced engineering building.
Kevin Lewis for the record. I'm curious to see how much the virtual learning has an impact on any of your educational programs, and how are you programming for the future, taking that into account as our society's growing and developing in that direction?
I love talking about building and stuff, but I love talking about that even more. Where is it at? I don't have my little sheet. We're going all into that space because that's what we see is really happening. As kids are coming through the K through 12 system, one of the things that's fascinating is that, before maybe 20% of the kids would call themselves gamers. Now it's as high as 70. And so they are in that space, they're learning in that space, they're thinking in that space, and so we're doing a couple of different things. One of them is building out a virtual reality immersive learning facility in our library. And that's just one of the pieces that's happening around campus. In the education sector, we're doing just as you're mentioning. We're trying to figure out ways to have hybrid models of both online. We haven't gotten to the point of doing the virtual with that yet, but we think for this facility we're building, education is going to be one of the prime ones that wants to get in there and not only be able to teach the students, to figure out ways to be able to offer students educational opportunities, but also for the teachers to be being up on something that is just, It's not even coming down the road, it really is already here. And so the immersive learning also could be something. I think we have someone who's developing content. One of the things that we're doing with that is not relying on what's already there. We want to build our own content, and hopefully it'd be so great we can even use it as something that could generate revenue because other schools will use it, because we do see this as something that's really just catching on fire. Your point is very well taken. This is an important piece of higher ed that's changing, and we need to be able to adjust to it. And some of it is having facilities like the education building, like we're already trying to do in our library, to be able to provide the kind of training that people need in a 21st century environment.
Thank you. Very well.
Let me move on to the next one now. This is number 19 in terms of NSHE ranking, and in a way beloved, but in a way frustrating, and that's our fine arts building. Our fine arts building that we currently have is the oldest or second oldest building on campus. It was built in 1959. So UNLV is seeking $5.2 million in state funding to support the construction and planning for a new fine arts building. UNLV would come up with the other half of that through a blend of philanthropy and internal funds and financing. But without state funding, the project just simply can't proceed. We're limited in our ability to be able to meet the growth and demands that are needed in terms of supporting Nevada's economic and cultural development. One of the pieces that this ties to, and I'm not getting ahead of myself or over our skis a bit, but one of the issues that our state is considering and facing is the idea of the film industry coming here. And in part, this is to be able to develop and to meet the needs and challenges that are going to go on with that. Again, the building was built in 1959. Replacing Grant Hall would eliminate the need for $2.6 million in deferred maintenance and operational inefficiencies that are in a building that's that old. The College of Fine Arts has seen a 22% increase in enrollment over the past decade, highlighting the urgent need for additional space and resources. The project will enhance UNLV's ability to produce graduates equipped to meet the evolving needs of Nevada's economy. Some of that may change in the future, and this building would help our students to be well prepared to address that need. The building's design will promote interaction and support for all students, as you've seen from the previous projects that I've talked about, and I think I've heard it from my colleagues as well. The ability for students to actually be able to not just sit in a classroom, but be able to have, I call them collision spaces, where they can meet and talk with one another. That's an additional piece of education that has to happen, of interactions from students and interactions with students and their faculty. And so even in designing buildings, that needs to be written in, because it's an incredibly important piece of how higher ed is serving our students and getting them prepared for the workforce. The design of the building will promote interaction for those students, helping them to also close achievement gaps and to foster an inclusive learning environment. The fine arts programs require specialized classrooms and labs that align with industry standards. So with that, the project estimated cost is somewhere between $80 and $100 million, with the total square feet being 74,000 square feet. And with that, I'll see if you all have any questions.
Kevin Lewis for the record. I heard you touched a bit on the entertainment sector as they're starting to come into Nevada here, as we have Sony's coming on the board, we have Warner Brothers. I wanted you to elaborate possibly on some of the programs that might address the workforce in that particular industry.
Thank you for that question. One of the interesting things is something that we started, I can't even think how old that program is. It's not that old. It can't be 10 years old. But it's called entertainment engineering. It's one of the really interesting interdisciplinary programs that we actually have at UNLV that prepares people for, if you're like me, I love the Cirque du Soleil things. The people that are in the back actually doing the kinds of work, coordination, whatever, that need to be done behind the scenes, they learn some of that in that shared space that's between entertainment and engineering. And so that's one of the leading programs that we have. Some of the others, in terms of film itself, I'll come back to this, and I think it's maybe my just understanding of that industry. It's content creation. That's what's driving most of this stuff. It's yeah, there's the, the superstars and all that other kind of stuff, but as we even see the influence of AI, the big pushback from the film industry or from the folks who work in the film industry was that it was the AI that was going to create content, and that was going to take away jobs. So it's a very interesting point in time for us, I think, as a state of considering what it would mean to be a hub for the film industry. One of the things that we hear all the time from them is that Las Vegas and Southern Nevada is not like other places in terms of film tax and all those sorts of things because we're so close, people can go back and forth. And so that's one of their arguments. And I will say this is not my hill to die on. This is something that just to be able to support our community, be able to support our state, we're trying to figure out ways in which we can try to help that effort. But it's theirs to be able to promote. But between our film, music, theater, all of those things go into that. And so one of the things is we've talked about some of the possibilities with some of these different entities is the idea of how are you going to hire our students? How are you going to involve our students? And there are some really interesting dynamic things that are actually even rolling up, getting better. One of the things that happens in higher ed, and I apologize if I'm getting excited about it, this is cool stuff, but one of the things that we are doing and just growing by leaps and bounds is internships. Businesses, no matter almost what sector they are, they want to see students that have and to know the students have the ability to do the kind of work that they're interested in doing. Just because you have a great GPA and have a bunch of classes they take, they want to see that you can actually have done stuff. And so that intersection between having real world examples and opportunities are critically important. It's part of the reason why even these buildings are so important, because they're not just designed to be classrooms. They're designed for us to be able to engage the community. And all of them in our preliminary discussions, for example, we're looking at parking because we want to make sure that they sit in a place where people can actually get to on our campus and not walk in 110-degree heat. That is one of the things we're working with. But did that answer your question?
Kevin Lewis for the record. Yeah, that sure did. I just wanted you to possibly elaborate. I don't know if any discussions may have taken place with some of those film companies, but there might be opportunities for additional funding that could come from Sony or Warner Brothers, and wanted to see if you're outfitting those programs to provide the workforce for those particular areas.
You're thinking like we're thinking, which is that once they make their progress on, because the tax bill is important, I think, for both of the 2 or 3 different entities that are thinking about coming. Once they have that established, that gives us the next leg up and the next deeper conversation about what their investment actually might be. For one of those entities that wants to come to UNLV and to really be working with us closely. They've talked about the internship piece of it, actually even having about 15,000 square feet of a very large building dedicated to our students being able to learn, grow, practice their trade. And to think about it, it's another piece of this kind of collision space. If that's what a student actually wants to kind of do, to actually be there with industry professionals is the best environment that you could have. So that's what we're thinking is going to continue to happen as we go on. This is September. I think as they prime for their legislative actions, we'll continue to have more of these conversations, and I think that just that is going to be something that we can leverage a little bit more when it becomes more real.
Thank you.
Like we have no more questions.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Nice job.
Good morning. My name is James McCoy. I serve as the Vice President and Chief Academic Officer for the College of Southern Nevada. I'm joined by my colleague to my left, Mr. Rolando Mosqueda, who is serving as our Vice President for Finance and Administration, and our new acting president. We're welcome to Nevada from Texas. His name is Dr. Bill Kibler. He joins us from the rear. So today, we're really pleased to be able to present to you for consideration two CIP projects, the first being number 8 on the INSHE prioritization scale, and the second being number 16 that we'll get to toward the end. We're going to spend the lion's share of our time today talking about number 8. And that's our Northwest Campus. For those of you who are familiar with Southern Nevada, and if you're familiar with the Northwest sector of Southern Nevada, you've seen a sign that looks like the one on your screen there for the better part of 2 decades. The future home of the CSN Northwest Campus. And if you know the history of that particular parcel of land as it intersects in the intersection near 95 and the 215 Beltway, you know 20 years ago that was BLM land. And you also know that that land was part of the desert, meaning there was nothing around it. And we were blessed to be able to acquire that land through a long experience process. I know I've lived in this great state for 22 years, and I've been a part of the CSN family for all of those 22 years. And when I moved to Southern Nevada, I saw that sign, and I purchased a home not too far from that sign, thinking one day I'll teach there. That was 22 years ago. So we're really pleased, as you can imagine, to be able to bring this project again to your body and to the state. We're really pleased that the Nevada System of Higher Education has prioritized this project as one of their priorities as well. So I want to share with you a little bit about what this vision for this project looks like. One of the themes that you've been talking about and discussing today with colleagues from around the higher education space is around the areas of aligning our educational pathways to those areas that are important to our state for workforce development, economic diversification, et cetera. In other words, we're creating opportunities for our citizens to enter into educational pathways where there is a real career waiting for them in Nevada. So you just talked about the film industry, and that intersection is an economic diversification driver. That's exciting for us too at CSN. When we began to think about what the first building might look like on what will eventually, over probably the next decade or more, become a comprehensive CSN campus in the northwest sector of the valley, we first started to look at the labor statistics. What are some of the critical needs in our labor force in Nevada? You've heard today the critical needs around nursing, and we're grateful for the legislative action through SB 375 last session that appropriated $20 million to help support higher education in the nursing sector. You've talked about the film industry. We've talked about advanced manufacturing today, all critical things that are important to College of Southern Nevada as well. One of the areas that is in desperate need of more growth from a workforce standpoint is the area of public safety. I'm going to pause on that and dwell on that for a moment. As citizens, as we wait in response time, whether that be a law enforcement call, a fire call, a paramedic, or an EMS call, oftentimes, and we're seeing it in the local newspapers, right? Those response times are sometimes hours. And then in the critical emergencies, sometimes that ambulance takes better part of 30 minutes. We don't have enough skilled workforce in this area. And so this is the primary attraction for us as we establish the first building in the Northwest Campus on that desert plot of land, is to build a center of excellence in public safety. It's a 60,000 square foot facility. The first phase of this 60,000 square foot facility would be inclusive of our law enforcement training academy. And if you don't know about CSN's Regional Police Academy, I want to tell you a little bit about it because it's a pride point for us. We're servicing the agencies that are hiring law enforcement officers in Southern Nevada. We partner with the State Highway Patrol. We partner with Clark County School District. We're the provider of police officers to University Police Services right here at INSHE. We provide the marshals in Southern Nevada. We provide the badged officers that require post-certification for the fire marshal in the city of Las Vegas. So you can see, we're not producing Metro's officers. They have their own robust academy, and that's important. But what we are doing is providing police officers, badged police officers, post-certified police officers to a variety of agencies. And they're tremendous partners to us, so much so that as we were conceptualizing the planning of this first building, we built an advisory committee made up of public service, employers. They told us exactly what needed to be in this building to ensure that our contemporary approach to the curriculum and design of the infrastructure was going to be there. We're grateful that the state legislature appropriated $4.5 million in planning to us last session. I want to let you know we've been good stewards of that money, and we've developed our plan. Turned out that $4.5 million wasn't enough to cross the finish line to get to 100% construction document ready, so that when we approach the legislative session, hopefully with your support this next season, we could say we have 100% construction documents ready in hand and we'll be ready to break ground in June of 2025. When we realized that gap, the College of Southern Nevada anteed in ourselves, and we matched that $4.4 million of CSN money. So we're about 50% in of CSN monies to match the state appropriation of the 4.5. And that's what you see on the screen in that bottom right-hand corner. So we can provide assurances, thanks to the great staff of the State Public Works, that we will be construction ready 100% come June of 2025. Not only will this center serve the public safety sector, but I also want to dwell on one other thing. One of the major access points for any community college, and CSN is no different, is that of access. We're a community college. Our mission point is to serve every human being in Nevada, and particularly from our mission standpoint in Southern Nevada, that desires a higher education. It doesn't matter if their family went to higher education before them. It doesn't matter what zip code they were born into. It doesn't matter what their high school GPA was, or even if they graduated high school. We welcome them. And so when you think of the 30,000 students that CSN serves today, as a Hispanic serving institution, as a minority serving institution, and you think of the population growth that is in the Southern Nevada region, there is a gap in access to higher education in the northwest corridor of our valley. We've got 9,700 students today who are living in zip codes in the northwest sector of our valley that are having to commute sometimes by bus, and sometimes those bus routes take upwards of 2 or 3 hours to get to their campus. Imagine a scenario where they don't have to drive by the sign, they can actually drive to the sign and get their education. So to that end, not only will we serve the public safety sector of this valley, but a good portion of that building, about a third of it, is dedicated as a first entree into general education to support the citizens in the northwest sector of our valley. So citizens can come, new students can come, existing students can come and get their English, get their math, get their high school diploma, get their psychology. All the while, on that half of the building, we're training the next generation of public safety officers. One of the tenets of this project that's also really important from an accreditation lens is anytime you're going to offer a complete program, you have to have a library. So we've built a modest library space to ensure that the students can be successful while they're in this building. We've also, by accreditation requirement, need to have a little student support services, recognizing this is the first building, and as the campus grows over the next decade or more buildings will be erected and greater planning can occur for those larger footprints for additional classrooms and student support services. But I want to be upfront that this 60,000 square foot is not only inclusive of the Center of Excellence for Public Safety, but for some general ed and for some student support services as well. One of the things our advisory committee told us very loud and clear, whether that be the City of North Las Vegas, the City of Las Vegas, the City of Henderson, AMR, whether that be the Clark County School District, the University Police, they all said the same thing. City of Henderson too, they said this. FBI said too, they said this. If you build an EVOC course and you build one in Southern Nevada, we will come. That is the greatest need in this state is an EVOC course, and I think this board heard about that in Northern Nevada just yesterday. Imagine a scenario in this state where we could provide emergency vehicle training, not only in Northern Nevada, but also in Southern Nevada. The commitment from these agencies and the city and county municipalities has been that if you build an EVOC course, just like the Field of Dreams says, we will come. So not only will you be able to provide new training to new officers to support our needs, but we'll also be able to bring our incumbent workers, our existing workforce, to the EVOC course at the College of Southern Nevada Northwest campus and deliver continuous training and development for our existing officers and our existing paramedic, EMS, and fire as well. The last segment of this particular project that I want to dwell on a little bit is the cost. Recognizing that obviously we've been good stewards of that $4.5 million and we'll be construction ready by June of 2025. But when you see that $155 million price tag, that's a big swallow. So we itemized out, thanks to the State Public Works and the architecture firm and the construction CMAR, we itemized out what this looks like so you can understand why that cost is so incredibly high. The building itself is $62.4 million. It's only one building. But because this is going into undeveloped land that is now surrounded by commercialized and residential areas, including an RTC park and ride, there's a lot of land improvement that needs to be done, as you would have to do on any brand new campus facility. And so I wanted you to know that the portion of that 155 million, after you get past the 62 for the building itself, is for a central plant. The on-site improvements are coming in at 12.6. The off-site improvements to connect into the utilities and things is 6.5. The EVOC course itself, if we're fortunate enough to get that support, is 15.6 million. To ensure the sound barriers that go around that EVOC track, as you can see, you can kind of see the schematic there, that EVOC track in the top center part of the screen, the building, that white square toward the bottom of the screen, and future building next to it, for an additional by name later. All of that is inclusive of the 155 million. The building itself, 62.4. One of the things that we're also looking at, and you may have noted this in your paperwork, is right now, although we've committed just shy of 4.5 million in the planning to get this thing ready, we're also grateful to our CSN Foundation and the philanthropic arm of our institution who have committed to doing a philanthropic campaign. Just next month, in September, in a few days, they'll decide on what their target goals are that they can reasonably manage philanthropically. We're also looking at this as an opportunity to rent the space to agencies outside of our own CSN operations. So imagine State Highway Patrol coming in and being able to leverage the EVOC course for a fee, and perhaps in a higher quality facility, because indeed it's going to be a center of excellence. When we say center of excellence, we mean top of class. We have the opportunity, as part of our planning, to travel out to Texas to see various institutions of higher learning, Austin Community College being one of them, Collins College being another, where we saw centers of excellence where they partnered with public safety municipalities to do this right. So we've modeled much of this planning based on those institutions as well. So with that, before we move on to item number 16 and our second and only other priority at CSN, we'll pause for any questions, Mr. Chair.
Roy Walker, are you aware of the other EBOC budget that is proposed to us?
The one that you heard yesterday, sir?
The amount, their construction cost is substantially less than yours?
For the EVOC course itself?
Yes.
Okay. I am not aware of that, but we can certainly look at what they're doing.
I would suggest that the North and the South get together and start looking at this, because two, they've also in their financial impact in their financial statement are using the same agencies that you quoted that you would rent to. So you're going to have competition for the two.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Phil Manley, follow up on that. Yeah, just for the record, I think theirs was 8 million. I'm looking at it here, but if I recall correctly, in their presentation as well, they said that the Southern Nevada peace officers already have EVOC facilities at, like, Metro has their own and things like that. And they were saying up in Northern Nevada, they're, Highway Patrol, Washoe County, et cetera, don't have their own. So by putting one up here, that would be a resource for the state to lease it out to them. But as I recall, they said that in Southern Nevada, those are already existing. I may have misunderstood.
I'd be happy to respond to that. Obviously, we've been knee-deep in this planning, so I can't speak to what the presentation may have said yesterday with, I believe it was somebody from Post, right? But what I can tell you with great certainty is in Southern Nevada, there is not an EVOC course that's directed toward Metro or anyone else. As a matter of fact, what the agencies are currently doing today is renting out space at one of three locations. One, the Las Vegas Speedway, at a significant cost. Two, Sam Boyd Stadium's parking lot, at a reasonable price point. But if you've been to Sam Boyd Stadium's parking lot lately, you know that it's filled with weeds and cracks and holes and potholes and the things. And that's also where we do our current EVOC training course, out at the Sam Boyd parking lot. And the third is at a fee out in Boulder City. And that's not owned by any particular agency. It's rented particularly by Henderson PD.
Thank you. As I said, I may have misremembered that. So appreciate that. And I have a separate question, relative to the 4.5 million in planning with, I think this is a CMAR project, construction manager at risk. Have you seen some, value engineering or, alternatives to perhaps, meet the end goal for the campus at a, lesser overall budget? In other words, has that process been fruitful?
I appreciate that question, and the answer is yes. In fact, We recognize that the initial cost of this has got quite a sticker shock, and anticipating what the total capital budget might be for improvements statewide, we recognize this is significant. And so as the conversations are had, and we're looking at things like what does the size of a central plant really need to be as a first phase for just one building as opposed to a central plant perhaps for an entire campus, or perhaps if we didn't fund from a state perspective the EVOC course, but rather leveraged sort of a pay-to-play approach, and we utilized support from agencies who were telling us they're going to rent this EVOC from us outside of our own police academy. Those are the kinds of things we could begin to value down to get to a price that might be a bit more supported.
Thank you.
If I may conclude, Mr. Chair, with just one more comment on this particular project, and that is as it relates to the date of conveyance from the BLM and its associated land development agreement with the city of Las Vegas. For the record, in 2018, the initial date of conveyance occurred with the BLM. Just shy of 2020, it was noted that there was a significant error in that initial date of conveyance. That initial date of conveyance in 2018 was canceled and reissued on the record in September of 2020. The reason this is important is the land development agreement by which, and our colleague at GBC was referencing this as well, the date by which, in our language, the deadline to commence construction has changed by 2 years. So initially, on the initial part of the date of conveyance, we would have had to be commencing construction by June 28th of 2026. Hence our urgency to get this planning ready. Now, thanks to our president's conversations with the city of Las Vegas and making sure we're squaring up the revision to the conveyance of 2020, and then 8 years following that point by which the date of commenced construction has to begin, we're looking now at September of 2028. So that's a real big buffer for us to be able to do some of that value perspective to get this thing going. We'll continue, sir? Okay. We've got just one more project to share with you, and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Rolando.
Thank you very much. For the record, Rolando Mosqueda, Vice President, Finance Administration, College of Southern Nevada. This is NG priority ranking number 16. And this is the retrofit, seismic retrofit at our North Las Vegas campus, which houses both our library and the east wing of the building. The retrofit of the E building wing needs to be brought up to code. The original construction occurred in 1983. Subsequent to that time, CSN has learned that there needs to be a retrofit, a remodel, again, in order to comply with current code. This is a continuation of efforts at CSN across the ecosystem to address any compliance issues that we have. This area, as you know, CSN has a substantial footprint in the southern part of the state. This particular project is at the North Las Vegas campus. Specific to the North Las Vegas campus, this area where the project would occur is as central to the student learning experience. It houses the library on the second floor, student services on the first floor, adjacent to the June Whitley Lounge. There's a small food service area and a bookstore across the hall. So again, very focused on the student learning experience, not disrupting that experience, and accommodating our coordination with our academic side and some of the other stakeholders at the college. Next slide. And this is just a design phase for that project. Obviously, it would be done in phases, again, not to disrupt the learning experience for our students and for continuity of learning. And there's not much else to share, and I'm glad to take some questions. Okay, thank you.
Well, it looks like we don't have any questions. Again, nice job. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good morning again. I'm Karin Hilgersson, for the record, President of TMCC, and with me today I have Vice President of Government Relations and Finance, actually Finance and Government Relations, General Mike Pearl, and I'll go ahead and tee us up, and then he'll fill in some specifics and gaps, and hopefully the two of us can take your questions. So this building is such an exciting project, and you may or may not recall, for those of you who were on this board a couple of years ago, that we showed you a really exciting video. We're not going to do that again today, and I'll explain a little bit why that is, but it does continue to be a great project for the college, and largely because of our growth, but more specifically, our growth in engineering, in STEM fields, including data analytics and data sciences, and the continuing prosperity that Northern Nevada enjoys within our entertainment and theater industry. And part of this project would include a theater tech program if it ever moves forward. So this is a project that's about 52,000 square feet. It has student collaborative spaces for robotics, coding, engineering, and that's the Action Link, which is kind of a multi-use large space for those fields. A 90-seat restaurant, which is a teaching kitchen to expand our successful culinary arts program that we've currently enjoyed for many years. Teaching spaces for our hospitality and tourism students, and we did partner with UNLV, so there's a great pathway for Northern Nevadans to complete their degree and then head out to UNLV for additional studies. And also, the Eastview building would include a theater, and we've had a nice theater program with no theater for many years, and we really need to have a permanent home for a small theater at the TMCC campus. So I will say that the justification for this project is that really in Northern Nevada, we really are at the cusp of a new era, and TMCC is just vital to that. We're vital to that. Like I said, we're growing, and so much of that growth is in the workforce and STEM field as it relates to advanced manufacturing, as it relates to electric vehicle production, as it relates to battery production, lithium, all of those things. And when you think about these fields, what you need are a lot of technicians, and we train a lot of those at our Edison facility and our new Panasonic Shared Training Center on Plum Lane, but it also requires engineers. So for every engineer, you've got 8 technicians, but I'm happy to report that we have students who are interested in both. And one of my proudest moments as the president of TMCC was in 2019 when I learned that our underrepresented student groups, including our Hispanic students, that they were choosing STEM fields at a higher rate than their traditional white student counterpart, right? This is pretty exciting because what it shows you is that fields like engineering are really becoming diverse, integrated, where all students can enjoy these excellent careers. And that's what's been really, really great. So I'm really excited also to be here today again with my 2 partners, DRI and Nevada State University. And I think I need to be really honest about something, and that is that should the shared facility that I discussed with you earlier on the agenda today, the Science Experience Center with DRI and Nevada State University, should that get funded, some elements of this project can be housed there because we're growing again in engineering. That includes physics courses, chemistry courses, data science people. And we think that a shared facility would be equally effective at housing that growing number of students for a prosperous Northern Nevada workforce. So I did want to put a shout out for that again, because I think if that building is funded and becomes a reality, and I love the partnership that building signifies and how it would meet the space needs at TMCC, then this facility would probably not come before you in a couple of years, right? We would figure out how to do the other elements. So my top priority continues to be ranking number 2, the shared facility, and I'm so excited about that. And I can't emphasize enough that we really are running out of space for these science and engineering fields. That TMCC, I'm also proud of the fact that we are very efficient with our use of space, even with a robust online presidents, we still continue to need the hands-on, project-based learning and undergraduate research spaces. And so hopefully Project 2 will get funded and we can move forward and really model for the state the synergies when 3 institutions partner together. Thank you.
Good morning, Mike Pearl, for the record, P-E-Y-E-R-L. I'm the Vice President of Finance, Government Relations, and IT, and thank you for having us here today and looking at this project. So I'll just get right down to the numbers. So we're asking for $29 million of the total project value of $64 million. And you say, how are we going to come up with the rest of that money? And so one of the things that we did this year is we're starting to look forward into the future. And so we were able to pay off a bond early, 10 years early, which saves us over $1 million in interest, and it recapitalizes about $350,000 per year back into the college that we're going to look at putting at future capital projects. So as far as a bond goes, which as you look at this, $20 million, we would be asking TMCC's posture to be able to go to NSHE and get approval for a bond in order to do this. In addition to that, TMCC is, through the president's great financial strategy. We originally were looking at putting $5 million of institutional support dollars towards this, and at this point, we can put $10 million towards this project. So we really looked at the strategy and how we would fund that. In addition to that, once this project was funded, the donors would start to look at TMCC as a value and be able to pull those donor dollars in. So overall, we have no issues, if approved, to get the total $64 million for the project. And pending any questions. Thank you.
Phil Manley, and the engineering program, for example, is that a 2-year program or a 4-year program?
That's an excellent question. Most of our engineering students successfully transferred to the University of Nevada, Reno, which is just an incredible pathway. And I'm very appreciative for the engineering program available to those students at that point. I will say, and I'm glad you mentioned this because it triggered something, we are the only college right now, the only predominantly 2-year college that is offering, and in the process of our first accreditation, a bachelor's degree in architecture. So we do have a handful of bachelor's degrees at TMCC, and those degrees are designed not to duplicate the University of Nevada, Reno. And since an architecture program did not exist in Northern Nevada, we were very fortunate when the Board of Regents, with support from all of my colleagues, said yes to a bachelor's of architecture degree at TMCC. The architecture accreditation does take a while. But the architectural accreditors are very excited. They think this is a great experiment for an affordable degree. And the reason that's relevant is, should this building become a reality, ActionLink is going to become a space for those architecture students to use, because the accreditors have also said to us, you need a better space for this program, and so start working on that. So thank you.
Yeah, you must have read my mind, because I was, you're talking about synergy, and I was just making sure there was synergy between TMCC and President Sandoval's engineering program as well. Question on the donors, is that mostly coming from businesses and industry?
Mostly from private donors, from foundations that we work with. Now, they haven't committed the total amount that we're asking for, but once we had this approved, we could go out to those donors and look for it. Additionally, the $10 million in institutional funds that we have set aside is to offset if we did fall short on donors.
Okay, thank you, because perhaps again I'm misremembering, but many of the companies that are up at TRIC and things like that, I seem to recall that they had at least suggested reinvestment into local education and skilled workforce and things of the sort with TMCC. Just wondering if that's potentially an avenue as well.
So I honestly, the Tesla training is occurring at our Edison location, and we even have a Tesla branded classroom now funded by Tesla. Panasonic and TMCC recently worked together, and Panasonic has opened a new training facility right on Plum Lane by the airport. It's an excellent location, and TMCC sign is at the front of that because it is also a TMCC training partnership with Panasonic. So I would say that, and those are our largest, really, workforce training industry entities, and we're doing hundreds and hundreds of students every year with the goal of getting them jobs at Panasonic and Tesla. So we're sort of good to go on that. So those entry-level manufacturing jobs, we're good. I think where we're struggling are the students that want to become engineers. That's where we're struggling. And so this facility would alleviate that, as would the shared facility, should that become a reality first, with DRI and Nevada State University.
Looks like we have no other questions.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Nice job.
Good morning, and again, for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. Just wanted to provide just a few closing remarks. Thank you again for the time today. As you can hear from our institutions, many of these projects have come before this body and before the governor and the legislature multiple times over multiple bienniums. But one thing I can tell you that is constant in this is that over time, the rise of design cost and particularly the rise of construction cost has grown astronomically. We recognize that you have heard a lot of presentations yesterday. You have more to hear today, and we know that there's a lot of needs in the state of Nevada. So we appreciate your favorable consideration for the important work that our institutions do and these dire needs that we have. And so with that, we also want to see if there's any follow-up questions. We know you asked some questions regarding philanthropic support and matching funds and the difference between our community colleges and our universities. There is a difference in the ability for our colleges to garner that philanthropic support, as well as not having necessarily the same access to student fee revenue that may provide some matching opportunities. And so we really are grateful that our universities have such strong partnerships, and that particularly on the design, and I do want to be mindful that it's the design side that they have historically come forward with 50% of those matching funds, and so we're grateful for that. And so, Mr. Vitone?
Thanks, Chris Vitone again. And I don't know how much more to add to that other than reiterating those comments. It is a difference in capacity between the institutions in terms of their ability to generate that philanthropic return and the resources that they have available to leverage for financing. That does tend to be where those matches come from. And again, I think what you've seen in the request in this cycle is consistent with the approach that we've taken within those different institutions in prior cycles as well.
Phil Manley, again, I have one kind of overall overarching question, and that is, do these projects and the budgets that are presented contemplate the use of project labor agreements? And it could be institution to institution, but perhaps you're best from an overall perspective to know.
So these projects are primarily design projects. The one project that is construction is for the CSN campus, and so we obviously work with Public Works. They do all the project management on that side, so I would have to defer to the State Public Works Board.
Yeah, and just, I understand that the approval at this point for a lot of these is design, but they also have, contemplated construction budgets as well.
Brian Walker with State Public Works for the record. So, Member Manley, State Public Works projects typically do not have a PLA associated with them.
Okay, so then the cost of construction that we're seeing right now doesn't contemplate that?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, it looks like we don't have any other questions. Thank you all of you, for your presentations today. I know it takes a lot of work, and very much I appreciate it, and I'm sure the rest of the board does as well. And I didn't wear my Wolfpack tie today. I wore a tie with some other colors in it. So please forgive me, President Sandoval. Again, thank you all, and a great job.
You know,
We
there's
got
lunch right after that, so we don't have to have a break.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Good morning, Department of Wildlife.
Morning.
I know we have a lot of excitement in the room. We also recognize the importance of your time and appreciate you being here today. And we look forward to your presentation. And we'll go ahead and give you the opportunity to get started.
We ready to go? I'm Rod Lighthouse, for the record. I'm the supervising professional engineer for the Department of Wildlife. To my right is Kayla McAdoo, Deputy Director, and to my left is Jordan Goshert, Deputy Director. Thanks for letting us present today, share our needs with you. First slide here is just a little overview of NDOW. We have 334 full-time employees, 120 buildings, including 28 residences, 34 radio sites, 14 wildlife management areas, which comprise about 169,000 acres, 8 major facilities, 7 unique divisions, which are listed there above in the, what do you call those? The diagram there. I'm drawing a blank here, but anyway, up above there in the blue boxes, 4 fish hatcheries and 3 regions. It's kind of a bland slide, and I've been thinking of ways to improve it and to hopefully show why we need your help. But to maintain 120 buildings, we have a budget of about $1.125 million. That equates to $9,375 of maintenance budget per building. What isn't on that slide is some of the other facilities that we need to take care of, and those include diversion structures, water wells. We have 20 water wells, 7 of them are domestic. We have 4 boat docks. We have water conveyance systems, which underground piping that can convey water from water purveyors to our property. We have 15 dams. 4 of them are high hazard dams, 3 of which you'll see in the presentation today. We have 2 significant hazard dams, at least 3 campgrounds, at least 4 water tanks, multiple roadways and bridges, 8 paved parking lots, and at least 10 security fences with gates. So $1.25 million doesn't go too far. So we are looking for some help today, and we appreciate the help that you've given us in the past. So the next slide shows some of the statewide projects that we've applied for through the CIP process. We know we aren't required to present on these, but we wanted to present on them because they're really important to us. And
actually, the fire suppression system here at Lake Mead Hatchery would be our #1 project if it was included in the non-statewide portion of the non-statewide program. So the other, all three are, the remaining three are really important to us as well, but of critical importance are the Eastern Region Headquarter building roof and the Fallon Field Office roof. Those are facilities that have recently been, I know our Elko office has new carpeting in it. The staff there just painted it. And the roof leaks, and we want to make sure that we preserve the work that we put into it. Our Fallon office is a new building to us. We've recently spent, in addition to purchasing the building, we've recently spent close to $1 million upgrading that facility too. So we want to protect our investment there as well. And then that Lake Mead Hatchery, we spent a lot of money recently on a visitor center there, and the roadway leading into the place it's pretty poor condition. Anyway, so the next few slides are these statewide projects, just to give you a little flavor of what's going on out at some of these sites. But on each one of these introductory pages, we have the impact to the mission. In the past, we stated what the consequences for not doing this work was on the last page of the presentation, but we decided to put it here on the front page. And so Lake Mead is the only hatchery responsible for producing and protecting native endangered species fish. And they require resilient and reliable facilities and utilities. For over 15 years, the hatchery has had unreliable and inadequate fire suppression, posing unnecessary life, health, and safety risks to personnel and places the hatchery operations at severe risk. The next slide shows the pump house. So this pump house is original to the, well, I'm going to backtrack here a little bit. It's original to when we, I think, started occupying the place in '72. And it takes water from the lake. Well, it was converted to use lake water in 2019. Prior to that, it was run by water from the lake, and it was full of quagga mussel, and it wasn't really operable. In fact, we couldn't even use our visitor center out there because we were uncertain if we had a reliable fire suppression system. So in 2019, we converted to domestic water, but during that process, we didn't upgrade the pump house. And since then, we've had several issues with the pump house. You can see in these pictures, corroded pipes, water on the floor from leaking pumps and pump motors. It's really kind of a mess in there. So right now, we got a quote to replace to repair the fire pump, and the motor's obsolete. So I think the quote I got was well over $100,000, like $150,000. But anyway, to keep this place viable and safe, we need to upgrade it. And while we're doing that, we'd like to inspect the whole system, just do a complete job, replace all the valving and rusting components, upgrade the fire pump and jockey pump, and evaluate and repair, upgrade the fire alarm system and controls. The Elko roofing project, I already said we spent a lot of money up there recently on carpeting and paint, and we're just trying to keep that place watertight so we can conduct our normal operations up there. A couple of pictures showing the roof leaks. The roof is 22 years old at this point, and we've band-aided it about as long as we can. So next one is the Fallon office. Same thing, a lot of money in there. that we've just invested in the place, and we're trying to keep this place going for the next 30 years, hopefully with doing minor maintenance by, and I think getting a new roof on there, I know getting a new roof on there is going to allow us to do that. Marcus knows what the roadway looks like up there, so Marcus over on the Public Works table, he knows that we need to get that thing fixed. So these are the CIP projects that are not statewide projects, and they are listed in order of importance, standout, or rank. So as we go through here, I can tell you what the rank is, but this is the rank on this page of our projects.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Chair, I do want to say that frankly, as a department, when we look at these projects from a holistic perspective, it is extremely difficult for us to provide ranking when we consider, really we have everything from current occupied residences with employees that have pretty significant health issues, right? So we have immediate needs with probably lower risk, and then we have things like Kingston Dam, which could be catastrophic and extremely high risk, but perhaps less immediate. And so we spent a really long time trying to figure out what we prioritized when we considered kind of this soup to nuts scenario of kind of these immediate needs, employee safety, but also what could be a really high hazard, high risk to public safety with these dams. So I just wanted to point that out. We did our best to prioritize them, and then also meeting immediate needs such as office space for growing needs in some of our rural communities as we've lost housing in Eureka and have more of an emphasis in White Pine County and Ely. And so I just wanted to point that out to the board that this has been a challenge for us to put a priority on these.
Thank you. So, number one, we presented on this project several times. It was two separate projects previously, but recent events have made us think that maybe we should put them together. So it includes the entryway onto the Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area from Miller Lane, which this is in Yerington. And at the entrance there's a irrigation ditch. It's called Joggles Ditch. And you can see it there, the culvert's nearly full. That culvert is compromised, and the top of it's rusted out, and we've been thinking it's going to fail for several years. Fortunately, we haven't had any issues with it yet, but it's something that we feel is of high importance, and we need to get that corrected. Along with that is a bridge over the river further down the road, a few miles down the road to the north. And this bridge has been on an NDOT's list for years for needing to be rehabilitated. By not taking care of these things, it's just a matter of time before something happens. So I think we're getting to the point where we put it off long enough. It's time for us to do something. And like I said earlier, with our limited maintenance budget, it's hard to take care of all this stuff on our own. So we need a little help, please. So I already explained that the culvert's compromised. You can see it's full of debris. That's due to the design of the ditch downstream. Actually, this water does flow uphill here, so we get a lot of sediment in the ditch. It's also something we need to fix, but that's something we can do in-house with a backhoe and the personnel. But so once we get that fixed, we won't have this silting up issue. But you can see this culvert's pretty thin gauge there. It's quite old, needs to be replaced. The bridge, the rest of the photos are of the bridge, and you can see that the approach decking there is is deteriorated up against the grading. There's the abutments are cracked. The bearings, where the bridge bearings on the abutments, it's full of debris and silt. The bridge needs to be painted. The guardrails are, you can see the form around and the concrete where the guardrail post was in the ground there is all deteriorated and gone. Most of it's gone. So we just need to, I think we could, as far as the bridge goes, I mean, if we do a little maintenance, I think it'll last another 20 years before I have to do any maintenance, but it's time to take care of that. The next project is also at Mason Valley, and it's the roadway. In 2023, we had a flood out there. This first picture shows the road, the flood came across the main access road. This is how the employees get out to the job site or get off the job site, how we haul fish off the job site, how emergency services access the job site, how solid waste is removed from the job site, how they get the mail. I mean, this is the road that gets us on and off the site. And it runs from Miller Lane to Sierra Way, and the whole road was flooded. At this location here, it was the water cut across the road and it was impassable. It got so severe out there, we had to evacuate most of our personnel. I think only 2 people, 2 staff members were left on site to take care of the product, which is fish, and make sure that our facilities, tried to protect the facilities best he could. I mean, obviously, with the flows, we might not have had any way to protect them, but fortunately, we didn't, it never got up to that critical point to where the houses were gonna get washed away. But anyway, right here, we had a local pile of debris that we could put into the hole to fill it. And then the next page shows the finished product. And this was critical at the time because we had probably close to $1 million worth of product on site, fish that we needed to get off site because they were getting too big for the raceways, and we were afraid of losing the fish. So I pretty much went over the reasons. One of the reasons for the need to get this thing, this project is actually just for the design, designing roadway improvements, roadway and drainage improvements. And it's going to take a large hydrology study to figure all that out. But one of the other reasons that we need to get this road designed and constructed, which would be a later project, is so that we can address some of those safety concerns that I previously discussed. But also, NV Energy has 2 well houses, pump houses on the northern end of this road. And during this flooding situation a couple years ago, they could not access their facilities. And one of the wells was down, and if the other one went down, Urington would have had been without power. So it's really critical that we get this road to a condition to where it's usable in extreme conditions, so that we can ensure that Urington has power, and so we can continue to do our job out there. Another Mason Valley project. This is the old, I said old, it's existing, but it is old. This is the Wildlife Management Area Office. I think it was built in the 40s. I'm sorry, I don't have that information. It's old, and it's run down. In fact, I think we finally told our staff that they're no longer allowed to work in this thing. It's just that bad. So they're without a home right now, but the next few pictures show just how horrible it is. One of the lower right picture, you can see that's a power electrical panel. And what might not stand out too well is that's on the paneling behind it, that's damage from water leaking through the roof or ceiling.
If I may, I do want to point out that the department, I believe it was in the 1950s when we purchased the Mason Valley Wildlife Management Area, which is a wildly popular area for, residents of Washoe County and other counties on the western side of the state. And generally speaking, we don't charge much in the way of fees. We want public use. We encourage a lot of public use. And I just want to make it clear that I don't believe that it has been negligence by the Department of Wildlife that these buildings have deteriorated to this point. I think we've tried to make do with the minimal budget that we've had, and frankly, the condition of the facility when it was originally purchased. Just the age alone, the facilities have degraded. But I just wanted to, to give our staff credit. They do amazing work out there and put a lot of sweat and blood into keeping the facility nice. And so just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, so this project, we're proposing to construct a 1,000 square foot office and a 4,800 square foot heavy equipment storage building, kind of like the building you see here, which is not 4,800, but just something to keep our expensive equipment out of the weather, so to protect it. The plan is to build the 1,000 square foot office over by the hatchery, because at the hatchery there's a shop, and we want to have combined usage at the shop. You have the hatchery personnel and the WMA personnel be able to use the same shop so we don't have to spend money for another shop a mile down the road. It was just thought it makes more sense economically to do that. If you're wondering why we don't share the office at the hatchery, it's because it's really not big enough for the staff we have in there right now, plus the staff from the WMA. So just proposing to build another little office over there, kind of adjacent to it. The Ely office building, not really much to see in that picture other than the fact that maybe it's a little small. I think it'd be small for a family to live in it, let alone try to have people working out of it. But the main thing with that is that we've overgrown it, and right now we have people sharing offices, which, I mean, I guess that's not a big deal, but the lower right picture you can see this is the game warden's office. They put two desks in there at an angle back to back so that they had an office. And it's a good idea, except that I don't think it meets any kind of a code. And you can see it's jam full of stuff. There's not legal room for egress. Well, this is even to get out if there's an emergency. Obviously they can get out, but it's just not to code. There's another picture, another office showing how crowded it is. That office, if I'm not mistaken, is in the...
That's in the
conference room. Okay. So when I first started with the department in 2014, one of the projects was to build some walls in the conference room to create two offices. And so this is one of the offices now filled up. And I think you're looking from the office out into the conference room. I'm
Vice versa. You're looking from the conference room into these offices. And this was a scenario where we actually put up temporary cubicle walls into the conference room 10 years ago to accommodate the need for additional staff in 2014. Since that time, we've added 3 additional staff with the housing crisis in Eureka, Nevada. We've had to close our office in Eureka. Employees cannot find housing. and we've had to move those staff to Ely. And so now this office currently has 8 employees with 1 or 2 employees immediately foreseen, with no opportunity for growth beyond that. So with doing nothing, we will have, as you can see in this photo, this is a very important task for us, harvest check-ins for bighorn sheep. Many of you are familiar with that. Right in the middle of our conference room, we have a consistent need for a meeting space to host public meetings, excuse me. And so this really is like I said, hard to prioritize all these projects, but this is one of those it truly is an immediate need, less risk here, but we just frankly don't have enough space to put our current workforce in and meet, the objectives of not working from home.
Yeah, so this upper left photo is a check-in, a harvest check-in, and it's actually, it's not as grotesque as what I wanted, because there are some grotesque things that are brought in to be checked in occasionally. And this is right in the office. This is in the conference room. You can see the office, these are the partition wall offices in the background. Yeah, a lot of times these things have maggots all over them, and they stink. They're just nasty, and it's not a good condition. So the fix here is we are proposing to build a 1,500 square foot office addition onto this building, L-shaped. If you go back to the first slide, it would be off to the only corner of the building you can't see and extending off to the east there. You're looking at the west side of the building. And then that same photo would, off to the right there, we propose to build a 444 square foot necropsy lab just there to, separate from the building, but off to the right of that walkway there. There's a door, you might be able to see a door there.
See the stairs.
To the conference room, yeah, it'd be just off to the right of that. This next project is in Elko, the 2023 flood again. Didn't only affect Mason Valley, it affected us in Elko. Water coming off the, what's the ranger? The Adobe Range?
Yes.
Came rushing out of the mountains, and we thought we were in good shape here until it got down to us, and it just started eating away. It's hard to tell how much earth was moved here, but it's a lot of earth was moved out of here. My guess is several hundred yards of earth was moved out of here, maybe even 1,000.
Yeah, I'd say closer to 1,000.
But that piece of concrete there was the stoop coming out of that door into the shop. You can see it just took it right off the building there. And this building is probably 100 feet long, and then beyond that is our storage yard with security fence, and yeah, the next picture, you can see it running down there next to the security fence and encroaching on our property. But this channel was away from us, and this flood came down and went where it wanted to go, and about took the building out there. So this project would be to design and construct some erosion protection or rechannelize. You can see that bottom right photo there, we did a little rechannelization to help us out, but we need to buttress up against the building there with some better, drawing a blank here, but more riprap or whatever to stabilize that area, all the way down along the fence and everything.
If I may to maybe provide a point of clarification, so that the ditch in the bottom right photo was an emergency action during active flooding by a local contractor so that we didn't lose the entire building. On the back end of that ditch in that photo, by basically would be the northeast corner of the building, the ditch naturally, the sinuosity of that natural ditch wants to cut into the building. And so we did place some large riprap there. Thankfully, we were on the back end of that flooding event, but it was even breaching a pretty significant amount of riprap at the time. We don't think we will survive another event like this without compromising this building. And so, and just the sedimentation of this ditch, it's really just in that emergency scenario, it's lost a lot of its effectiveness. So, and there's also consequences here shortly after this ditch out of the photo. This goes underneath a NDOT road, NDOT maintained road, NDOT culverts, which are undersized. And so a consequence of these upstream actions will certainly impact downstream. Without us doing something, we actually could be impacting Interstate 80 as well as other state highways.
I was told I need to hurry up. So the next two projects are reservoir projects, dam rehab projects. What I'm trying to show here is that on the first one, Eagle Valley, is the dam is less than 3 miles to Ursine, the town of Ursine. There's 830 acre feet of water in here, which is greater than 271 million gallons of water. If that dam breaks, town's gonna get wiped out. Same thing for Kingston Canyon. It's 4.5 miles from the dam to the town of Kingston. There's 184 acre feet, which is 60 million gallons of water, same thing. You can see some of the issues with these dams in the pictures that follow these two lead-in slides. The spillway at Kingston is you can see it's toast. It needs to be replaced. There's vegetation on the dams that need to be cleaned up. There's riprap that needs to be placed. There's reshaping that needs to take place. It's all spelled out here. And one important note here is when I first started presenting these dams a few years ago, these dams were considered to be in fair condition, and now they've been downgraded to poor condition. So we're not getting any better. Next project is a water intrusion project. This house has a basement. We need to do some grading around the building to promote positive drainage around the house, maybe put in some dry wells. But the next photos, you can see the basement of the house. It's the effervescence on the concrete floors from the water coming through the walls, the slabs popping up. You can see some poor drainage up against the building. Even some water on the floor there. The next two projects are security projects. Some of you may be aware that NDOW has had, well, some of you are probably aware that there's a lot of people against hunting, but and there's activists that come in and to our facilities, create some issues occasionally, but the next two projects are at our Elko and Reno office. And you can see the public are free just to walk in and walk into somebody's office, and we're trying to hopefully make that a little bit harder on somebody. And then with that, we need to upgrade our facilities, external facilities like security gates and fences and whatnot. This is a comprehensive security improvement project at both sites. Another dam project. This one doesn't have the town downstream close by, but it does have Highway 50 within about 3 miles of the site. It's the largest of the reservoirs, 1,080 acre feet, 350 351 million gallons of water coming out of there if we have a problem, a break. So same things. We need to recontour the dam, riprap, vegetation, same issues. Argenta Wildlife Management Area, this is a new area. It's in Battle Mountain. Pretty popular place so far. It's an active ranch. We have facilities out there that we need to protect. And this old ranch, so you can see on this lead-in photo, there used to be a residence there right below where it says Argenta WMA. Right now, that's a foundation, which you can see on the next page. It's fairly new. It's in good shape. We think we could utilize it to put a house on there. That's our goal. And we have all utilities there, so it's on the wish list. And the last project, this is a energy conservation project, and we think it fits well with the governor's energy policy objectives. But if you notice, this is out at Mason Valley again at the hatchery. If you go to the next page, you can see that our power usage out there is about 5 times greater than any of our other hatcheries. And we feel if we can get a photovoltaic system out there that we can reduce those costs and get them in line with our other facilities. And that's it. If you have any questions, let me know.
Roy Walker, on your dam projects, have there been any agencies with your downgrades issue cease and desist in any kind of reconstruction order?
I'm sorry, I don't hear that well. I'm not sure I heard the question correctly.
Your dam projects.
Yes.
Has any agency given you cease and disorder, repair and fix instructions? Any kind of documentation from any agency?
We do receive annual reports from Dam Safety, Division of Water Resources, but not cease and desist. We haven't received a cease and desist,
So have they downgraded to poor?
They're the ones that downgraded it to poor.
Have you conversed with them on the steps required to bring these up to a good or better?
Their reports provide that information on what needs to be done, which is summarized on the sheet there.
Okay, so they've recommended the construction that has to take place.
Yes.
Then on your, building, I believe it is in Ely. Yes, it's in Ely, your 1,500 square foot office and lab.
Yes.
With the percent growth that you mentioned, that you've had with the additional staff in that area, how long is this 1,500 square feet? What is the useful life or the life cycle of the square footage that you want with your anticipated growth?
Yeah, for the record, Caleb McAdoo, Deputy Director of Operations. Excellent question, and that's one that we've kind of toiled with back and forth. I would say, frankly, 10 years ago, we wouldn't have anticipated the growth that we have in White Pine County. But I will say respectfully to those before me, I think this building was undersized from the start, and that's certainly, we don't want to repeat that again. We don't want to overbuild and waste resources, but we do want to give ourselves enough room for expansion. As an example, the Elko office, one of our regional offices, I believe it was constructed in 2002 or 2004. That was, in our minds, overbuilt at the time. We are now at or beyond capacity of that office as well. And so I think our proposal in here really tried to reflect a happy medium, if you will, of of trying to anticipate future growth, but not going too far out over our skis of overbuilding either. I think frankly, we probably could use to expand that a little bit, but just trying to find that middle ground, if that answers your question.
It doesn't.
Okay.
I will ask a more direct question.
Okay, sorry.
When is the next time you will be back before this board to ask for money to expand your Ely office?
I would hope with this expansion that it would be beyond 20 years.
Perfect. You answered the question.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I would like to say that Philip De La Mare with Public Works, who did the write-up for Public Works on the project, he did take that into consideration in his write-up. He did increase the size of the building. I think we were asking for 1,200 feet, and he said he thinks we should put 1,500 feet for those exact reasons.
I'm good with 20 years.
Yeah.
That really is our hope.
My next question concerns the Elko office and the erosion drainage damage that you've had. I see the ditch goes straight by the office. Is there enough property to take this ditch away from the office?
Yes, again, for the record, Caleb McAdoo, the state owns a significant portion of land to the northeast beyond that would be in the direction that we would want to peel this ditch away from the office. That's controlled by the state, managed by the Division of State Lands. I believe it is assigned to either the Nevada Youth Training Center or to the Division of Forestry, but frankly, it's just vacant rangeland. So I believe there's adequate space to do so.
And the budget has considered that with all the riprapping that's going to happen.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, embankment, protection and channelization, I believe, is the project.
That's all I have.
Yeah, Kevin Lewis for the record. On that particular project, based on the topography, it makes sense for the drainage to go to the northeast of the building?
Yes, sir.
And based on the topography, it's adequate enough for that drainage to be moved in that direction? Of course, the warehouse is how much grade above where that drainage could go? Is it feasible from a physiological standpoint? Am I making sense of my question?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to answer?
Because you guys
or would
know the
like me
topo.
to?
So, yes, we can, the building will be safe if we can move the channel to the northeast. And the topography will allow us to do that.
Okay.
We're not gonna have to move mountains, we're just gonna have to dig a ditch.
There you go. That's my question. You answered it.
It is, from a perspective of Nevada topography, it is flat ground. I mean, there is a grade to it, but it's really relatively flat.
You can kind of see it in that picture that's up on the screen right now. Off to the right of that fence as you're looking at it. So it's fairly flat out there.
Okay, yeah, based on that lower picture, it seems like everything to the, I guess, the east seems a little higher topography, but I could be off, so I just wanted to.
Look at the left picture. So
Okay.
you can see out in the brush out there, it's about the same elevation as where that channel is.
What you are seeing there, what appears to be higher topography, is actually where they peeled that earth back to control the water.
Okay. All right, thank you.
This is Brian Walker of State Public Works. If I could add something to this, one thing to help you, Member Lewis, with these questions is part of this project is it's not a huge project, but we are looking at doing a drainage study at the site just to answer those exact questions before we get into construction. So yes, we're going to be taking a look at all that as we get into this.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Member Hand for the record. The, on the dams, are there any opportunities for federal grants or anything like that to support some of that work?
There is, and we actually applied for a grant and got it, and we even spent a significant amount of money to comply with some of the requirements of the grant, and it never materialized. I don't know if it was because of COVID or what, but we applied for a grant to study that particular, one of those dams has a leak. So it's not totally applicable for the maintenance perspective, but there is grant money.
As a follow-up, historically, has grant money been used to repair some of Endow's dams?
We're repairing Cave Creek Dam right now, and there is some grant money attached to that.
I guess the real question is have you considered pursuing some grant money to do some of these repairs?
Yes, and usually dam safety will let us know when there's an opportunity. We can look for opportunities as well, but yeah, they do come up for sure.
In my memory, I think there was some in the past. There were some opportunities, and I don't. Was Marlette maybe? Was there some grant money on that?
Correct. Yeah, this is Brian Walker for the record. So State Public Works has been able to do projects at Marlette Lake and Hobart Reservoir that have some FEMA grant funds available. And so, I mean, that's something we would actually, on these projects as well, we'd look forward to going down that route and looking for the FEMA dollars on those if we could. But they are there.
I guess I would just encourage that they be pursued. Right? If there's a challenge, I mean, y'all have a lot of items on your list, and with the maintenance budget you talked about, you obviously can't do all the work, right? So if there's grant money out there, if you could get it, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Caleb McAdoo, Deputy Director. Comment very well noted and completely agree. I am new to this job, but my understanding was, as Rod had indicated, that we had applied. There have been efforts, and I don't want it to seem like that hasn't occurred. And we are very familiar with grants, and we try and use that to augment our limited resources all the time. And I've made note of that, and we certainly will pursue that. But we have struggled based on my understanding of executing that to a place of actually being useful.
Yeah, these dams are, Rod Lighthouse for the record, these dams are small, but they've been neglected, and there's communities below them. So, when you're comparing to Oroville, there's no comparison here. This is a pond, right? So it's difficult to justify, or maybe in the person that's funding it, the agency that's funding, to justify putting the money into one of these little things, but the consequences are still significant.
And this, I remember him for the record again. So Brian did, with the Marlette and Hobart project, did you all did Public Works assist in those efforts at all?
Brian Walker for the record. On those projects, we did, and that's really because Marlet Lake is part of State Public Works, and so we directly help those staff. I know most other projects, because I know NDOW is very familiar with grant funds. Probably you guys are better at it than we are, I'm sure. And so we probably look for more of their staff to spearhead the effort for the grant applications. But I mean, we obviously would be ready and willing to help with whatever we could on that.
Thank you. Well, I guess we're questioned out. Thank you for your presentation today, and you know, wildlife is near and dear to me, and I hope that we can in the CIP find some money to help you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you for just a minute. I'll just meet you out there.
We need to recess. Yes. Need a motion.
I'll make a motion
Yeah,
to
there-
adjourn for lunch.
Yes.
That we recess.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Chairperson hand for the record. Good afternoon. Welcome, military. We're glad to have you here today and look forward to your presentation. And I know you know the drill, but if you'd please state your name and affiliation, we'd appreciate that. And again, we look forward to a nice presentation from y'all.
Good afternoon. I'm Clayton Chappell. I'm with the Nevada Army National Guard. I'm the Director of Installations and Environment. And I'll have the team that I have here introduce themselves.
My name is Sandro Duran. I am the Energy Manager for the Nevada Army National Guard.
Good afternoon. Quinn Lundbaum. I'm the Base Engineer for the 152nd Airlift Wing up in Reno, Nevada.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Ivey. I'm with the Nevada Army National Guard, and I am over the Plans and Construction Department.
All right, we'll start out, hopefully this video works to kind of introduce, you know who we are, but we'll introduce a little bit more with a video. There was sound to that video, however, I think the pictures in the video did enough. Once again, Clayton Chappell, for the record. Appreciate this opportunity, appreciate the board and the division for their support over the last couple decades that I've been in this position and working with the State Public Works. Most of the slides will follow what you have in your packet there. There will be a few slides that will be out or a few projects that will be a little bit different. We understand because we were updating our slides and we heard that the book already got published by the time we were updating our slides. So for the most part, it should follow what you have there. We'll go to the next slide. So what we've done is, and this is an eye chart to start out, is the first 15 projects are federally funded, and we're seeking the state match in order to execute these funds, or execute these projects. The next group, towards the bottom left, there are 8 projects there, and they're slated to get federal funding. So we're going to work with our higher headquarters in the National Guard Bureau to get those, but they're slated to get the federal funds. And then the projects 24 through 46, which are the remaining 23 projects, you'll see some of these projects a couple of times in this presentation, and I'll explain a little bit, but those we will once again work with our counterparts there at National Guard Bureau and get the federal funds. And we've been successful in the past seeking and getting those federal funds. So with that, we'll start with our first project. So our first project is at the CH-47, or also called the Chinook helicopter, at our STED facility in Reno. We have 7 Chinook helicopters, and we're only able to house 2, sometimes if we squeeze 3 of them indoors. And as you can see from the picture, there are times where we have to go out in the elements, and sure, it's military equipment, but we'll have to go out in the elements in order to mobilize or do responses. And one of the things the federal government has pushed out over the last several years is to house these in storage hangars. And so we're in the process of completing our UH-60 storage hangar. In fact, it's framed right now, and it's in the same location. And this project right here will be adjacent to that one for the CH-47 Chinook helicopters. It was a congressionally added project, so we do have the federal funds. This project was actually presented last CIP, but didn't get picked up with the state funds. We're bringing it forward to say, hey, we worked with our Guard Bureau counterparts and says, hey, we cannot lose these funds. We understand the importance of housing this piece of equipment. So we're doing design initially as federal, and we'll have some federal dollars to do of the 5.7 to do the project, and then we're seeking the rest as state funds to complete this project. We're seeking 16 million, just over 16 million for this project. Next project.
Good afternoon. Once again, Quinn Lundbaum. So our first project here is also our number one project for the wing. It is an aircraft parking apron expansion. It's about 65,000 square feet that we intend to expand our apron to add, as you can see here, one more aircraft parking spot. Relatively straightforward project, concrete. What's there right now is just dirt, gravel, so we have the space. A little bit of backstory on this project. The Air Force and DoD is going through a modernization of our C-130s right now. And our airframe we have is from the 90s. And so they're slowly modernizing the aircraft and bringing them up to date. So about a year ago, we had a team from National Guard Bureau come to our base. They inspected us, and this was their number one finding was our aircraft, our apron doesn't accommodate all 8 aircraft safely. After finding that, we were not selected for the next J's. We're working on it in the future, but this is one of our projects, hence why it's number one. Since then, Major General Andre Berry, the Adjutant General for the state of Nevada, and I'm sure you all know him, he strongly advocated for this project and as such was able to receive $800,000 of state design funds from leftover ARPA money. Right now, I'm currently working with your team to go through the design efforts, which we're hoping to have complete in the next 6 to 10 months. So this portion of the project, which is basically 100% federally funded, I'm just looking for help from your team to get it through the construction phase of the project. So, thank you.
Sandor Duran for the record. Power distribution and a lighting upgrade at the office of the Adjutant General Building in Carson City, Nevada. We received fundings for this project in FY22. We didn't make it through the CIP. During that time, we've worked with State Public Works to develop construction documents that are waiting for bid as soon as we find the state funding. The power portion of this project will increase the breaker space within the facility that will allow critical projects that can't be done on site due to lack of power infrastructure and have been shelved. And it also currently the power needs of the facility are not being met by the current infrastructure. The lighting project go from fluorescent tubes to LEDs, which will increase efficiency, longer lifespan, reduce maintenance cost, improve lighting quality, dimmability control, reduction carbon footprint. Another thing we're going to do with this project is attach the occupancy sensors to the mechanical control system to allow the system to come on and off as our occupancy is dynamic and it's not just 9 to 5, so it'll allow for the system to turn off when no one's there, as well as come on the weekends when they don't tell maintenance that they're going to be there. We have $900,000 in federal funds, and we're looking for 2.7 in state funds to complete the project. For the record, Sandor Duran, the central plant replacement at Las Vegas Readiness Center. The building was built in 2007. During that time, the chiller's compressor has started over 25,000 times, which should be a quarter of that in normal operation of the equipment. For the last 10 years, state maintenance has spent countless man-hours in-house, as well as worked with State Public Works in troubleshooting a solution to correct the operational errors of the chiller, as well as spent countless dollars on bringing in outside vendors and contractors to try to troubleshoot the issues with the chiller. It's not a maintenance issue, as maintenance staff has done the maintenance, the annual maintenance required by the piece of equipment every year, but unfortunately it still hasn't fixed the issue with the chiller, and maintenance believes within the next several years we're going to have failure on that chiller. We currently have $900,000 in federal funds, and we're looking for another $900,000 to complete the project from state dollars.
For the record, Clayton Chapel, once again, if I could have moved this to number one, I would have. However, those other projects are significantly more important than this one. However, I am very excited about this potential state match program. I appreciate Will, Brian, and Marcus and working with me and my staff on how to solve the how to solve the problem of the funding gap between the federal process, which is on the annual basis, and the state, which is on a biannual basis, and being able to get more federal dollars into the state. And so the charts that you see there on the left-hand side are just some depictions of the federal dollars we've been able to bring in between the bienniums. And then we're seeking state dollars, and we're trying to figure out how to do that. And over the years, we've been creative in working with State Public Works Board on how to do that, or we're executing projects at only federal facilities. And after a while, we can only do so much at our federal facilities, and a majority of our soldiers, and I'd say the airmen as well, are at armories and readiness centers. That's where they spend a majority of their time. And so that's where we need the state matching funds. So as I said, the charts break down a couple of areas of where in the last several years, from 2020 up to we're anticipating through 2026, federal dollars that we can bring to the table. What we're going to do is match the state dollars that are in this state match program and be able to execute projects, not delay projects, not come up with different creative ideas on how to, creative ways to do it. This will help us in bringing even more federal dollars. It's $2.5 million from the state, and we'll guarantee that we're going to bring $2.5 million at a minimum from the federal government. And we'll be able to execute this. So this will help bridge the gap between these different federal fiscal years, state fiscal years, and the dynamics behind that.
Sandor Duran for the record. Microgrid and photovoltaic system at Harry Reid Training Center located in Stead. The project will add photovoltaic with batteries and interconnect the ASF building with the field maintenance shop. This project will reduce the number of runtime hours on the standby generator during utility outages, as the photovoltaic and batteries will provide site energy night and day. Interconnecting the field maintenance shop to the ASF will allow both facilities to take advantage of the large generator and infrastructure at ASF. The new infrastructure will allow the facilities to be islanded from the grid during utility outages, which has allowed the PV system to continue to operate. A common misnomer is that when the utilities go out, the PV panels are still allowed to operate, but due to the way they currently installed, when the power goes out on the grid and we have outages, then the PV panels go down. So this will allow us to upgrade our infrastructure to allow the PV panels to operate during utility outages, charge the batteries during the daytime, and then allow the batteries to work at night, therefore taking our 3-day generation, or 3 days worth of fuel for our generator and stretch that out to various days, which will increase our energy security and resiliency from the Guard. And these are systems these are systems that we're requesting from lessons learned from National Guards from Texas, Florida, and Puerto Rico that have experienced natural disasters within the last few years. We currently have $2.5 million in federal funding and looking for $900,000 in state match to complete the project. Sandor Duran for the record. Replace interior lighting and controls at the United States Property and Fiscal Office located in Carson City. The current lighting is fluorescent tubes. We have lighting that is failing within the facility, throughout the facility. We are looking to upgrade to LEDs, which will provide occupant comfort, energy efficiency, longer lifespans, reduce maintenance cost, improved light quality, dimmability and control, reduce our carbon footprint. Funding, we have $652,000 in federal funding, and we're looking for $267,000 in state match to complete the project.
Jamie Ivey for the record. This project is to remodel the restroom facilities at Henderson Armory. The current restroom has had one renovation where the women's restroom was added to the facility. There has not been any upgrades to the restroom since this addition. We also have a new program in the facility called Starbase, which is a STEM program for 5th through 12th graders that partners with Clark County school districts. With this program, we want to create a restroom that separates the locker and shower room areas. They currently are all open to the space. Therefore, the restrooms have to be shut down when the students are in there and the rest of the facility cannot use them. This remodel will also allow for the restrooms to be brought up to current ADA code and provide the correct amount of fixtures that are more energy efficient and water conscious. We currently have secured $900,000 in federal funding, and we are requesting $2.4 million to complete this project. Advanced planning renovation for the Navy Operational Support Center. This renovation of the facility will provide more efficiencies how the Nevada Army National Guard operates on a daily basis and drill weekends in times of mobilization. We procured this video through the state of Nevada, we procured this facility through the state of Nevada in 2022 from UNR. This renovation will also bring the facility up to current code and standards, both through the International Building Code, ADA, and also meet the National Guard Bureau and DoD standards for our organization. The space renovation will also allow for flexibility of space to accommodate 4 companies. Each company has 100 personnel per company, and provide building offices and storage that meet our needs. The federal funding for this is a little bit different than your book. We will procure $1 million and split this project 50-50 for the design with the state.
Clayton Chapel for the record, the advanced planning for the civil support team. This is a CBRN, so it's a chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive unit. It's a 22-person full-time unit that assists local authorities. And they've been called it a few times. They're here in Carson City, but they're in a leased facility. They're in the same facility where the state is actually taking some of their employees out of this building and putting them in more in permanent structures that the state owns. We're wanting to do the same thing. It's over $200,000 a year to house these folks in this location. It doesn't meet their requirements as far as space. The security doesn't meet their requirements, and as I mentioned, the cost. This unit, as I said, works with local authorities, and we're working with the Division of State Lands and the State Public Works Division on a final location here in Carson City, so they can, near the Capitol building, so they can continue to train with local authorities, and they're an asset throughout the state. They've done missions in Elko and in Markleyville, which is not in the state, but here nearby. They've done it in Carson City, they've done it in Reno, and as I said, Las Vegas. Great asset to have for the state. We do have, this is congressionally added from the federal side, so we do have the design dollars. We're seeking the state dollars of just over $300,000 to complete the design and go after construction dollars on this particular project.
Jamie Ivey for the record. The advanced planning of the combined support and maintenance shop. This facility is our CSMS, and it is currently undersized, and it is around 12,000 square feet. It was also built in 1997. The current facility does not meet the requirements, and due to the undersize of the facility, the updated equipment, and the growth of the units, we've outgrown our facility. The current amount of work bays also reduces the number of vehicles that we can maintenance at once and how many mechanics can service vehicles at once. The new facility will allow for 6 work bays compared to the current 4 and 1 dedicated inspection bay. The current facility is also deficient in tool storage space, supply storage, and administrative areas. We would increase the facility up to 53,000 square feet with the new building, which would bring our operational space up from 12,000 square feet. This is also a congressionally approved design project of which we've secured $2.7 million in federal funds, and we are requesting 1.6 from the state in order to complete the design of this project.
Sandor Duran for the record. PV connected battery storage system, United States Property and Fiscal Office located in Carson City. This project will add batteries to the existing photovoltaic system and add infrastructure to the facility to allow islanding during power outages. This project will also reduce the number of runtime hours on the standby generator during utility outages, as photovoltaic and batteries will provide site energy night and day. The new infrastructure will allow the island to be, the new infrastructure will allow the facility to be island from the grid during utility outage, which allows the PV system to continue to operate. The systems requested are from lessons learned from Army National Guard disaster responses in Texas, Florida, and Puerto Rico. This will also increase the Nevada Army National Guard's energy security and resiliency, and the ability to respond in times of needs. Currently, we have obtained $1.8 million in federal funding and looking for a match of $368,000 in state match to complete the project. Sandor Duran, for the record, install electrical vehicle charging stations at Field Maintenance Shop 7, which is located in Las Vegas. As we continue to grow on the state, this is in accordance with the Guard's master plan for electric vehicles. Current fleet vehicles are being upgraded to electric vehicles per Executive Order 14057. The National Guard and public vehicles will be able to use the chargers. The charger stations will have payment software, so electrical costs are accounted for from the federal government as well as private users. The federal government currently has $488,000 for this project and looking for a state match of $364,000 to complete the project. Sandor Duran, for the record, install fiber optic interconnect Floyd Etzel Training Center located in North Las Vegas. During Speedway construction, the fiber optic interconnection was removed due to budget constraints in 2018. Adding the fiber line between the facilities will not only connect the site for future planning, but also eliminate redundant utility services, which result in monthly utility savings, not having to have redundant internet services at each site. This will also reduce the manpower and infrastructure required for the Guard to restore communications in the event of emergency, natural disaster, or communication failure, which will allow better response times in those events. Currently, the federal funding secured of $1.2 million and looking for $1.4 million from the state to complete the project. Sandor Duran, for the record, please replace electrical panels at Floyd Etzel Training Center. We will be upgrading the power at 2 facilities at Floyd Etzel Training Center, which is the CCA and the CSMS. We also upgrade the NV Energy service to the facilities on site. Currently, we're upgrading the FMS building power on site, which has led us to find out has allowed us to identify the shortcomings in the current infrastructure that was built in 1997. This also has, due to lack of breaker space, critical infrastructure upgrades are being shelved due to lack of space. Needs of the facility cannot be met because of this. Currently, we have $419,000 in federal funds, looking to the state for $952,000 to help complete the project.
So once again, for the record, Clayton Chapel, those first 15 projects have the federal funds already attached to them. Some congressionally added here within the last year to year and a half. So the federal funds are there. We're asking for the state, for the state matching funds to execute on these projects. Now, the next group are 8 projects that are slated for federal funding. As I said, we'll work with National Guard Bureau to acquire and to get the funding for these projects.
Jamie Ivey, for the record, taxiway delta replacement in North Reno. Currently, we are working with the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority to obtain the taxiway into our leasehold. The taxiway is in a state of severe deterioration, as you can see from the photo. It is marked as a level of failure for the taxiway. The issue with this is the aircrafts are kicking up a lot of foreign object debris when they take off from here. We have a C-12 plane, and then, of course, we have our Black Hawk and Chinook aircrafts as well. The issue with the FOD, foreign object debris, is it's causing damage to the undercarriages, engines, and props and propellers of the aircraft. Each one of those maintenance, especially with the propellers and the props, it costs anywhere between $100,000 to $500,000 per blade. So with this repair work, we will create an FAA standard for the taxiway that will create a better and safer environment for the aircraft and our pilots. The federal funding will be $3 million, and we would request 2.6 from the state to complete this project. Interior renovation at Fallon Readiness Center in Fallon, Nevada. Fallon Readiness Center has had minimal repair work over the years and is one of our oldest readiness centers, built in 1962. It is in desperate need of repair. The restrooms do not meet the requirement for the soldiers' throughput on weekends, and there is also sewer issues with septic smells in both of the restrooms. The kitchen is also undersized and not usable and does not meet code compliance. We also need to upgrade the fixtures and HVAC that's within the building to make this more updated code and energy efficient. And this will make it also more usable for the soldiers in the building. The federal funding for this will be $2.7 million, and we will request from the state 2.9 in order to complete this project. Pavement maintenance and site improvement at Fallon Readiness Center in Fallon, Nevada. The back lot of this site has a lot of drainage issues on the lot and has created deteriorated organizational parking that cannot be fully utilized by the unit. The fencing also needs to be fixed to meet the height requirements of our anti-terrorism and force protection standards to ensure that the facility and their equipment remain secure. We will receive about $815,000 in federal funding, and we will request $955,000 from the state in order to complete this project.
Quentin Lombum for the record. All right, so advanced planning or design for the Margrave Ditch Culvert at our installation up there in Reno. So this project will install a box culvert in the existing open channel ditch. It's about 1,000 linear feet long. It creates a couple things. It's a safety issue for us. Just about 700 feet to the east of this image down here is an active runway up at the Reno Tahoe International Airport. So as you can imagine, wildlife, birds, it's a major concern. Birds and aircraft don't get along. So other than just our aircraft, it also affects the international airport up there in Reno. So in addition, this ditch is owned by the city of Reno. It is on airport property, which is then on our leased land up there. So 3 different agencies. It's also waters of the US. So this project will culvert this in, get us through the design. The federal funds, I get that every year anyway, so the federal funds will no issue to accommodate that. And then the design portion of, the construction portion of it will be later on, which I fully intend that the federal government will fund 100% of it. Again, just using the state requirement to get us through the design fees with your team. So, thank you.
Jamie Ivey for the record. Field Maintenance Shop 2 in our northern Reno site. The current wash bay is located on the south end of our FMS facility. That was built in 1994. Due to budget constraints, we just could not enclose it in order to get the facility built. During the winter months, it's become difficult to clean our equipment due to weather and freezing temperatures. Enclosing the wash bay will allow this to become a year-round operation no matter the weather, and protects our current wash bay infrastructure from cracking, spalling, and freezing temperatures. The federal funding will be around $842,000, and we would also request from the state a $2.4 million match in order to complete this project. Site improvements at Camp Washoe in North Reno. Nevada Army National Guard has been using this site since the acquisition from UNR in 2022. The current site needs repairs to the parking lot on the south and west sections of the site due to lack of maintenance while the Navy Reserve own the facility. The repair work will also allow for better lot usage for training exercises, military vehicle parking, and civilian parking. The security fencing will also adhere to the anti-terrorism force protection requirements per the DoD. Without this project, the site will continue to degrade and will cause issues with our trainings and usage of the lot up there. Federal funding will secure is $1.2 million, and we would request a state match of $1.4 million in order to complete the project.
Sandor Duran for the record. Interior renovation at Plum Lane Armory, located in Reno, Nevada. Currently, all water piping at the facility is galvanized pipe. As you can see from the picture, after we were installing a water meter in the main, the pipe is filled with minerals. The rust and other minerals are in the drinking water, the cooking water, and the water used for showering by the soldiers. Currently, the restroom HVAC is inadequate for the space. The plumbing needs to be remodeled to include hot water return to reduce water waste, modern fixtures to reduce water usage. Currently, we're looking for $1.2 million from the feds and a match of $1.3 million from the state to complete the project. Sandor Duran for the record. Window replacement at Washoe County Armory. Currently, the windows are original to the building, built in 1997. The window seals and frames are broken, which allows air, dust, and insects in the facility, even when the windows are closed. The west-facing windows radiate the heat in the late afternoon in the summertime, causing occupant discomfort and complaints, as well as additional stress on the HVAC equipment. Winter drafts also cause occupant discomfort and additional stress on the HVAC equipment. Currently, we are looking for $221,000 of federal funding for this project and a state match at $255,000 to complete the project.
For the record, Clayton Chapel, and just a reminder that those 8 projects that we just discussed have federal funds slated for them, as Major Lundbaum pointed out, as he gets those annual budget amounts on the federal side. We as well on the Army side get those. So they are slated to have the funding. We're looking for the state match to complete those 8 projects. And the remainder of these projects, we'll be working to get the state funding. And when I talked about, hey, you're going to see some of these projects a couple of times, these are the projects in which the state match program will work extremely well in us getting and securing additional federal dollars. It gets very competitive on the national level, and once we're able to say we got the state dollars to match whatever projects, we will get it. In fact, I got an email today about $50,000 to do some demolition, and we said we got the state money, we can do this demolition, and that just happened today because it's getting towards the end of the federal fiscal year at the end of September. So these projects, once again, are we're seeking with and working with our counterparts at National Guard Bureau for these.
Jamie Ivey for the record. The Field Maintenance Shop 1 is located in our North Las Vegas site. This site was built in 1997, and we have a lot of issues with our storage due to increased maintenance, materials, and equipment. I don't think I have to tell you guys how hot it gets in Las Vegas. Due to this, we have some tires that have to be exposed out to the elements. We've had them melt in the sun because we do not have adequate storage. This also decreases the life of the equipment that we have to store outdoors. And we do use a makeshift storage area, as you can see with the Connex containers, in order to keep them out of the elements year-round. The current situation also decreases work efficiencies by not having the storage adjacent to the main work bays. This requires the maintainers to go through the facility in order to get supplies while servicing the equipment. With this project, we can extend the life of our materials, have adequate storage, and remove the Connex makeshift storage containers at our FMS1 shop. We want to secure federal funding of $828,000, and we would request a state match of $953,000. Site improvements at Henderson Armory. Due to the construction and development around Henderson Armory site, the commercial, residential, and public areas have caused a shift in water drainage to our site. The highlighted portion is beginning to show heavy dirt runoff from large rains and watershed onto the site. This creates issues with effective use of our parcels and for the units stationed at the Armory, and issues with their equipment and vehicles that are stored in that area. Currently, gate number 1 has been closed off and riprap has been added to help with the water and soil runoffs that enter the city streets and drainage. The closed gate affects our mobilization by not allowing Nevada Army National Guard access that would create a healthy path of travel if the gate were open for military vehicles. We also have a request for a new gate on the back half of the property to the west. By opening the new gate, this will help vehicle maneuvers in heavy traveled area and the commercial area this side of town. By allowing the military vehicles to access the back, it removes them from the main street and civilian traffic, which creates a safer environment in front of our Henderson Armory and prevents traffic congestion. We're looking to secure federal funds of $459,000, and we request $528,000 in a state match to complete this project. Advanced planning at Swan Lake. Project is for our Army Combat Fitness Test Track and Athletic Field. We currently secured funds at Las Vegas, but due to restrictions by National Guard Bureau, each state is allowed one site per state. Obviously, it's not conducive by having Reno and Las Vegas so far apart. We are looking to work to get an exception or criteria for this project to help provide federal funds for this. But this advanced planning project will provide a permanent structure for our soldiers that are required to test on their fitness qualification, which is mandatory for them to pursue future career status within the Guard. This would consolidate the training to one designated space for all the Northern National Guard members. For both Carson City and Reno locations, the soldiers must use the current armories to train using temporary turf fields and current concrete spaces. While this does meet the need, we are having to replace the temporary turf often and the use of the facility in ways that it was not designed for. Some of the running paths are not fully hazard-free, and we have had injuries with soldiers who are trying to meet their qualifications. The state funding we have requested is 1.6, but if we do secure a exception to criteria from National Guard Bureau, we would split the cost 50-50 between the state. Concrete replacement at Harry Reid Training Center. This is also at our North Reno site associated with our Washoe County Armory. Due to the weather and age of the concrete, and it's now to the point where it's beginning to deteriorate and cause personal hazards, cracks, spallings, and unlevel surface for the personnel who work up there. This project would replace the degraded pavement and provide more safety to the personnel entering and exiting the facility. Federal funding would be $468,000, and we would request $537,000 from the state to complete this project.
Sandor Duran for the record. Geothermal Wellfield Speedway Readiness Center located in North Las Vegas. The infrastructure for the well field into the facility to the well field is already installed. With the installation of the geothermal well field, we would remove the building's need for natural gas and heating months. It would reduce the need for a cooling tower from 9 months to 2 months, which will significantly reduce water usage in the area. Paired with a photovoltaic project, the facility reduces need for outside utility requirements and increase the energy security and resiliency of the Guard. We believe this project will meet the Nevada Executive Order from 2023-07 and Senate Bill 358. Currently, we are looking for $652 federal dollars and a state match of $621,000 to complete this project. Sandor Duran for the record. Upgrade lighting at Clark County Armory. Currently, all lights in the facility are fluorescent tubes. We're looking to upgrade to LEDs and provide occupancy sensors. We feel this project will increase occupant comfort, provide energy efficiency, increase lifespan, reduce maintenance costs, improve light quality, dimmability and control, and reduce carbon footprint. This one we'd also connect to our building control system to allow for the mechanical system to work with our dynamic building occupancy. We are currently looking for $500,000 in federal funds with a state match of $1 million to complete the project.
Quinn Lundbaum for the record. Advanced planning, indoor small arms shooting range up at our installation up there at Reno. This project would demo our existing containerized shooting units and install or build a new about approximately 10,000 square foot facility that would incorporate 10 shooting lanes, a classroom, and an overview range. Currently, our existing infrastructure is considered equipment. We purchased it in 2015. As it is considered equipment by National Guard Bureau, I don't get sustainment dollars for this, so the units are slowly deteriorating. The roof is leaking. Half of the range's retrieval systems don't work. HVAC system's going bad, so inevitably I need to replace this. Obviously, our shooting range is important to our domestic mission here, as well as our international mission for qualifications and such. Additionally, once the construction is complete, there is a potential for a multi-agency use of this facility, while there are other agencies within their local area may or may not be able to use it. I think something to be determined after construction. Right now, as a design portion of this, we don't have money, so I'm looking for $1.2 million in state funds to get this project off to design. I do anticipate, however, that once the design is complete, construction funds from the federal government will be available for the construction portion. Thank you.
Jamie Ivey for the record. The construct storage buildings for the Nevada National Guard State Maintenance. We have 3 sites that are in the situation, as you can see from the photos. All of their materials are stored in connexes in North Reno, Carson City, and at North Las Vegas. The lack of these buildings requires the staff to locate their equipment in multiple containers that provide space, but inefficient space for their tools and supplies. Some of the equipment cannot fit in the Connex containers and is stored outdoors in the elements, which shortens the life of the materials and equipment. By doing this project, we would provide adequate structure for the maintenance staff, and they will have one location for tools, materials, and equipment, increasing work efficiencies and maintaining a more secure workspace. We're requesting for this project a $7.3 million for construction. Canopy over the simulators at our North Las Vegas site. Due to the heat in Las Vegas, it directly affects the simulator training trailers. It creates a overload on the HVAC units, making them work harder to cool the trailers. Each trailer contains a training simulators for soldiers during their drill weekends and annual training weeks. The IT equipment also produces a lot of heat, and with the addition of summer temperatures in Las Vegas, it makes it very difficult for them to perform the trainings due to overload of the HVAC system. The addition of the canopy will reduce direct sun impact and lower the temperature of the trailers running the simulations. Federal funding for this would be $1.5 million, and we will request $1.6 in state dollars to complete the project. Overhead door replacement at Harry Reid Training Center in North Reno. This project will replace the current outdated and uninsulated doors at 2 of our facilities. It will also provide new insulated and mechanically operated doors. This will help in loss of condition-spaced energy in both summer and winter months. The federal funding for this project will be $211,000, and we will request $280,000 from the state to complete this project. Maintenance work bay at Speedway Readiness Center. Speedway was constructed in 2020. It's our newest armory. Unfortunately, due to budget constraints, we did have to cut out the maintenance work bay. This is a requirement for all of our armories, and it is so that when soldiers who are doing their drill and AT, they are able to maintain the vehicles on the site. By adding this, we will create a space that they can operate on the vehicles on site. You can see in the photos some of them that are currently there. Due to the fact that this Readiness Center does not have one, they do have to travel down to North Las Vegas in order to maintain the vehicles, which causes inefficiencies. And overall, in times where they get called up, they would have inefficiencies to be ready when needed. The federal funding would be provided $560,000, and we would request state funding of $1.3 to complete the project. Maintenance work bay at Henderson Armory, we do have the same situation here. This armory does not have a current maintenance bay. This would also provide a site for the 72nd MPs and other units who use this for a majority of their equipment to be maintained on site. Due to this site being located in Henderson, Las Vegas, the closest site is over 20 miles away to Las Vegas Readiness Center, which they have to drive the vehicles up there in order to maintenance and maintain them. The federal funding for this project would be $560,000, and we request from the state $1.8 million in order to complete this project. RV parking pads at Battleborn Youth Challenge in Carlin, Nevada. Due to limited affordable housing and access in Elko to the employees with Battleborn Youth Challenge, the proposed request would construct RV parking with utility connections to help alleviate new and existing staff with housing issues. The federal funding would be $350,000, and we would request a state match of $378,000 to complete the project. Star-based classroom at Clark County Armory in northern Las Vegas. The Star-based program services students for the Clark County Public Schools. The program currently allows a set number of schools in the district to attend a one-week STEM program funded by the DoD. The popularity and outcome of this program over the past 2 years has increased the program's need to reach more schools within the district. The current facility has run out of space for expansion of their level 101, which is 5th and 6th grade students. The addition of 2 more classrooms in the Clark County Armory will allow onboarding for additional schools currently on the wait list to attend the program, and also allow ease of access for schools who are located in the northern portion of the district. The federal funding would be $460,000 provided to this project, and we would request $2.2 million for state funding in order to complete the project.
For the record, Clayton Chapel, this is the main gate relocation of our Anthony Cometa complex that is in southwest Las Vegas. When we first built this facility, it's on Silverado Ranch Boulevard, and those that are familiar with that area has significantly developed over there. In fact, the State Public Works is in the process of designing and will be constructing a DMV in this area. So it has exploded as far as development. And our main gate is off Silverado Ranch Boulevard. So there's some safety issues. We're noticing it's more and more difficult to make different turns in this, and particularly with the equipment that we have. So what we end up doing is we're going to relocate the main gate off of Arville and work with State Public Works Board in the city in order to develop that for our future access, our primary access. We're looking at federal funds of $1.5 million, just over 1.5, and seeking the match of 1.5 from the state as well to complete this project. High security office area. This facility was built in 2020, and this houses the 17th Sustainment Brigade. And this particular unit is slated to go to Central Command. They're about ready to deploy in the next 60 days. And they'll be spread out through Central Command area, which is, they'll be in Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and so they're about ready to take off. But one of the things that has happened over the last several years is their need for more and more secure areas for their equipment. And so what this would be doing is constructing basically some walls and some additional power so they can plug in these, the computer systems and have better accountability of what's at this location. We would be seeking $175,000 in federal funds and roughly $788,000 from the state to complete this project.
Jamie Ivey for the record. The overhead door placement at Carlin Readiness Center in Carlin, Nevada, this is very similar to our other project. We do have outdated doors that don't provide a lot of insulation. and we do have energy loss in both the summer and winter months. We would provide new insulated, mechanically operated doors at this site. We would bring $316,000 of federal funding, and we would request $364,000 for state in order to complete this project. Athletic Field, Battleborn Youth Challenge Academy. This project is to provide an athletics field for the students who attend Battleborn Youth Challenge. This is an at-risk program for at-risk youth. They come up there, they go through a schedule, and this project will be able to provide enrichment and team building for the students on the site.
And Sandor Duran for the record. Installing parking lot solar panels at Speedway Readiness Center located in North Las Vegas. We are looking to, we currently have 50 kW PV system on site, and we're looking to increase the size of it to meet the full demand of the facility. This is the project where, if paired with the GeoExchange, the facility reduces need on outside utility requirements and increases resiliency in the face of natural disasters and emergencies, and increase readiness. We also believe this project will meet the Nevada Executive Order 2023-07 and Senate Bill 358. Currently, we are looking for $2 million in federal funds and a state match of 2.9 to complete the project. Sandor Duran for the record. Connect the sewer system at Speedway, connection to the sewer system at Speedway Readiness Center, located in North Las Vegas. During building construction, there was other facilities that took up the space on the city sewer. Therefore, we had to pivot and go to a septic and leach field system. But during that construction, we made sure to include the infrastructure to make sure the sewer line is easily connected to the city infrastructure when upgraded. City of North Las Vegas upgraded its sewer system in approximately 2022. With this project being constructed, we would reduce maintenance cost of the leach field and the septic system as it would be abandoned in place. Currently, we are looking for $700,000 in federal funds and looking for a state match of $700,000 to complete the project.
Jamie Ivy for the record, last project. Rappelling and rock wall at the Battleborn Youth Challenge Academy in Carlin, Nevada. This is another enrichment project for the students who attend at the academy, and this is another way that we can provide team building exercises while they're at the academy before graduation. We would provide $776,000 federal dollars, and we request from the state $877,000 to complete this project.
Here's our final slide. I'm sure you were looking forward to that one as far as our projects. What I'm trying to capture here is just some of the federal dollars. Now, this doesn't account for maintenance sustainment dollars. This is just project money that we've been able to bring into the state over the last several years. And we're projecting out, as you see towards the bottom of in 25, what's funded is 31 million in federal funds, and we're seeking state funds of $23+ million in the priority critical projects where we already have. As you saw in the video, and I'm sure you're well aware of, we not only have our federal missions both on the Army and the air side, but we're active in state and community events and disasters too, wildland fires, flooding. We're participants in the New Year's Eve mission every year down in Las Vegas, working with the local law enforcement and working at the hospitals that the Air Guard does for that event as well. So we're out and about throughout the entire state. The soldiers do appreciate the newer facilities and the newer equipment and able to execute and train appropriately for their various missions. Now subject to your questions.
Roy Walker, was your priorities the way the order that you gave us?
For the most part, yes. The original priority list that we worked with Will and Brian with the State Public Works Division is, for the most part, what we had. There were some adjustments over the last, I'm going to say, 2 weeks, particularly in the last week. We had to make some adjustments and add a couple other priorities in there.
Then I would like our staff to work with your staff to adjust them, because I struggled keeping up with all the changes. If it wasn't for our board in front and matching project numbers, I was lost. So I need some clarification on priorities, because I've got arrows going through here where things were put in front. So if I could get, and I'm sure the board, get some clarification to priorities.
Clayton Chapel, for the record, absolutely apologize for that confusion on those priority of projects.
Thank you.
I was looking for questions from my my peers up here, but it sounds like you, as always, you bring money to the table, and I know that, well, certainly as a taxpayer in the state of Nevada, we appreciate that, and I know that Public Works does their job to try to help you get those spent, and we appreciate all that you've done and your presentation today, and thank you for the job you've done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chairperson Hand, for the record, good afternoon. The floor is all yours.
Thank you for your time today. I'm Brenda Scolari, the Director of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. I'm presenting today on behalf of the Division of Tourism, or Travel Nevada, and I'm first going to present our Nevada Adventure Centers projects. With visitation specifically for outdoor recreation on the rise, the Division of Tourism identified the need to support outdoor recreation infrastructure throughout the state. With our abundance of public land and diversity of landscapes, Nevada is poised to become a top destination in the West for outdoor activities. What the state lacks is the education and infrastructure to guide a safe, enjoyable experience for those who visit without proper gear or understanding of regional offerings. Adventure centers are funded through a highly competitive federal construction award and lodging tax approved by the Nevada Commission on Tourism. They will be turnkey hubs for visitors and residents to connect with regional tour guides and outfitters, who will then offer them the best possible outdoor recreation information and experiences. To update this slide, Travel Nevada now has 2023 data regarding outdoor recreation, which is now a $1.72 billion industry and with visitor spending at that level within outdoor recreation. That's a 13% increase year over year and an almost 55% increase since 2019. The Nevada Adventure Centers will reinforce this growing economy, creating jobs and opportunity for our outdoor recreation businesses and increasing the quality of life for residents. Adventure Centers will be located in Carson City and Boulder City to serve our metro centers. In Carson, the Adventure Center will be located on the campus of the State Railroad Museum, bringing new visitors to the museum and offering adventures in the surrounding region. The CIP request is for funding to build the additional 4 units near the bus drop-off as originally designed. Constructing these units now, as opposed to a future phase, will save money and provide more opportunity for outdoor businesses. The design is meant to integrate into the existing museum structures on the campus with details that are reminiscent of an old Western town. The Adventure Center in Boulder City is adjacent to the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce building with views of the Lake Mead Recreation Area and regional trailheads. The CIP request is for funding to build the additional 4 units near the existing building, also as originally designed. Again, constructing these units now, as opposed to a future phase, will be more efficient and provide more economic gains. The design is meant to invoke the look and feel of land formation and native plants in the surrounding landscape, and to allow easy pedestrian flow through the vendor stalls to the open space on the property. Thank you for your time and consideration of this innovative project that will serve as a model for the outdoor recreation economy in communities throughout the state. This public-private partnership is an important step toward making Nevada a top outdoor destination.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Thielen. I'm the administrator of Nevada's Division of Museums and History. We have 45 projects on the CIP list at this time, and we'll go through about the top half in detail. Our mission is to save and share Nevada's heritage and to inspire curiosity and lifelong learning for all generations. Currently, we have about 300,000 square feet of facility sites in 7 museums throughout the state. And our primary concerns and our big demand right now is collection storage space and educational classroom space, and then new exhibit space. The hallmark of a museum is its collections. And the holdings that the Nevada State or the Division of Museums and History have are key to understanding the unique culture that is Nevada, both in all the different regions of the state and through the time that we have. And holding on to these items for future generations, in fact, we hold on to them in perpetuity. We have filled our collection space, and we are currently leasing more collection space from other private entities and other state agencies, and people cooperate with us very nicely. But in able to make these available for all generations of Nevadans, we have to look seriously at our collection storage spaces and adding square footage. In this CIP submittal, we are looking mostly at maintaining and working with the equipment we have. We don't ask for a lot of new square footage at this time because I'm new at this job in this position. And in this CIP, we have some pretty critical maintenance projects that, due to the age of our buildings and funding constraints in the past, we need some attention on those. So I'll begin with the Nevada Historical Society, which is up in Reno on the...
Could I ask that you please identify the project by your rank order?
Absolutely.
The project ID? So,
Dan Thielen for the record, absolutely.
Thank you.
So I will be in the facility of the Nevada Historical Society, and I've got 2 projects I want to discuss here, and the exhibits project is our #1 project. The Nevada Historical Society is the oldest museum in the state system. And in this exhibit, we are asking for 2.9 million for exhibit modernization. Currently, there's a CIP going on at the Historical Society. The land that we're on at UNR campus is on expansive soil, and it's beginning to lift and move around quite a bit. In fact, we have 2 and 3 inch gaps in our flooring in some of the places. The building envelope is really suffering at this time. We are in the middle of this CIP to fix both building envelope and HVAC system, and we expect we'll be shut down for about 16 months during that time. We have to remove exhibits, and then we're moving collections from one side of the building to the other, which, if you would ask any archivist or any historian, that is the scariest time, because we always worry about theft, we worry about loss, but sometimes when you place an artifact in the wrong spot, it's gone. You haven't lost it, but you can't find it, and that is always a challenge. But in this CIP, we did, in the current CIP that's undergoing at that facility, we did not get exhibit money. So we'll remove this exhibit, and by the time we're done with the repair to the facility, we're going to install a new exhibit. And that's what this CIP requests for, exhibits modernization. The second item on that list is number 6 on our hierarchy of needs, and a $2.1 million request for high-density storage. So one of the greatest innovations in collection storage are called compact shelving. In these compact shelving, they essentially have the walk space between each row of shelving, that when you want to move down 1 or 2 shelves, you compress these shelves, they walk their way down, and it lets you put a tremendous amount of storage in a much, much smaller footprint. And the Historical Society has a legislatively mandated requirement to store the official documents of the state of Nevada. So NRS 381.245 requires us to take archives and records from the State Library and Archives and store them in perpetuity. So that includes NRSs and any other Nevada records. We currently are out of space, and this high-density storage is critical for us to meet our statutorily required obligations. Having followed the National Guard with all their Fed matches, you will not see any Fed matches in here, which is terrifying. Museums at this time are no longer authorized, not just Nevada museums, but all 50 states are no longer authorized to receive earmarks from the federal government. And that has affected us tremendously here in Nevada. And so these are 100% state requested. We are seeking grants in many other places. Oftentimes we'll have donated funds that will add to these, but in the construction world now, as you well know, $50 or $60 or $80,000 of donated funds is a tremendous amount for our institutions. But in construction, that hardly buys the ink for the paper that the drawings are printed on. We're moving to Lost City now. Lost City is in Overton, Nevada. And our first project there will be our number 5 on our requirements. Lost City, if you've not been to Overton, Nevada, is an amazing museum that was created by the WPA. So the WPA during the Great Depression went through and they got artists and artisans and workers jobs, worked for the federal government, and they built a lot of things throughout the United States, and it kept people employed. It also taught trades, and it created some cultural phenomenons throughout the state. You'll notice in national parks, there's period construction that you see, and it's WPA. So the construction wasn't what you would expect out of a journeyman, but it was work that could be done by people that were just pulled off the street to do, to keep their families fed. And so the WPA built this site out there to study the Indian pueblos and in the area. From 1935 till today, the technology has evolved, and every time a new technology is adapted, you bring electricity in, you bring water in, you bring sewer in, you bring data and communications in. The buildings have been updated, but oftentimes it's not thoughtfully updated. So in this, we would like to ask for advanced planning to correct a lot of these deficiencies and put us on the verge of meeting the demand that we're anticipating in the next 5 to 10 years. We are transforming our museums to meet the needs of the public, and we are energizing the amount of people that come to visit Nevada and also to provide services for the citizens of the state. And we think our museums are on the verge of greatness. We're seeing numbers where our growth is, in the 10 and 15%, which is a steady growth for us. We would love that, but in some of our museums are off the charts, and we'll talk just a little bit about that. This advanced planning does HVAC. It takes care of ADA concerns at this museum. It brings in asphalt. It resolves. We've got drainage that, for mercy's sake, the way the sheet runoff, it aims right at our collections area. This past spring, we had rain that diverted into the director's office, and she had gone on vacation. When she came back, she had a mushroom farm in her office. It was unexpected, but you got 75 years worth of things drifting in your office. It became a nice, perfect place to grow mushrooms. Public Works is able to step up and help us with that with some innovative solutions because, quite frankly, our emergency money is very thin as well. And we've got that corrected, and our director was back in her place within a couple of weeks. We're moving to the Nevada State Museum in Las Vegas. There are 4 projects in this facility. This facility is a 78,000 square foot facility, and it has some unique things. It's our newest facility, and it was built state-of-the-art back in 2008. It's on the site of the Las Vegas Springs Preserve, and we have a partnership with them and their visitation. This is one of our museums where we had a 700% increase in our school tours at this facility, and we think we're just scratching the surface. Museums can change lives in those sites. And so our first request is number 8 on our priority list, and it's weatherproofing the exterior of the building. Some of our systems have aged, and Las Vegas weather, sun, caused some of the sealants to fail on some of our systems, and during monsoon rains, we get some infiltration in that site, and that ends up in our collections area. Number 12 on this list is install surveillance systems. Well, this is a public meeting, and I'm not really anxious to air our challenges that we have, but security and intrusion alarms are not, we don't have them. And some that we do have now gone past the state they're past their serviceable life. And so we're asking for install surveillance systems, number 12. Number 17, museums need to to humidify our collections areas. You would think it's counterintuitive to add humidity into our collections areas, but in order to keep organic materials for a long, long time, it can't be wet, so that it can't have high humidity. But extremely dry conditions are hard on equipment or are hard on artifacts and documents. We have had a humidification system in those collections area, but the type of water that is available in Clark County is extremely, has a lot of calcification in it, and we have worn out our humidifiers. And so we've reinstalled those this year. We had them replaced, but we want a reverse RO system, reverse osmosis system, to ensure that we don't destroy the equipment with the hardness of the water down there. And then finally, number 18 is in our collections area, we also want to maintain the temperature. So that number 18 is adding HVAC in the collection storage area so that we can use that collection storage on things that aren't as robust. Sometimes when you don't have the proper humidity conditions and the proper temperature conditions, you end up putting more robust items in there that can take it. But there are things that really need to be kept within a very tight envelope, and we want to use those storage systems for all of those. We have a couple of statewide program requests. There's a roofing replacement there, roof replacement that we need at that museum, and then the fire suppression system in the collections area again. You can't use sprinkled systems because the sprinklers will cause damage to the collections area, and so we have, it used to be halon that was in there that you would pop, put the fire out. Hopefully nobody takes a lungful of it and lays down there in the fire area. But we have a inert gas that needs to be replaced and upgrade the system to modern standards. The Nevada State Museum in Carson City, which is in the site of the old Carson City Mint. It was built in 1871, and we've expanded, we've connected the bank building with that, with the breezeway in those two areas. The request is our number 2 request for advanced planning for the Indian Hills Curatorial Center. Our collection storage, and you'll hear this theme over and over again, we are almost to the point where we can't accept one more item into our collections. This last summer, within the museum system, we were offered 3 amazing items, and we found places to stuff them in there. So one of them was a Model T Ford that took passengers from the Carson City Depot to wherever the hotels they wanted to be in Nevada. And the provenance, meaning where this item came from, was a Carson City piece. And it's perfectly restored by the Harris Collection, actually did the restoration on this. And they donated it to the museum without any conditions. And it is a perfect item that matches the mission of one of our other museums. And then we received a Model A Ford. Somebody came in and just donated it, handed us the title, and we said, this is unusual because you normally negotiate these things. And he said, well, I'm an unusual guy. He handed us the title to it. And so we'll be able to use that in our interpretation, and it'll be especially valuable in the next 100 years. And then finally, Wells Fargo is getting out of the business of the stagecoach. So they maintain, like Budweiser did with the horses and the stagecoaches. And we're on the final for the consideration for a stagecoach, a Wells Fargo stagecoach, which was absolutely critical to the development of Nevada. We do not have one in our collection. To store that stagecoach is critical to the Nevada State Museum because they're the only ones with that type of artifact storage space, and it's up at Jockey Brands. The advanced planning for the Indian Hills Curatorial Center will allow us to expand our storage facilities in northern Nevada and relieve some of the other agencies from some of the stresses of trying to make things match. We have some statutorily required actions, and that involves Native American items that we're repatriating them, but at this time, to hold them in a way that the tribes are delighted with our activity with them, and then getting them back to the tribes who need them. In our statewide program request, we are requesting a new roof at the North Annex We need asphalt down at the textile center, the Marjorie Russell Textile Center. The asphalt is failing up there. And then in that Indian Hills, existing Indian Hills curatorial facility, we need fire suppression upgrades at that place, at that site as well. We're going to the Nevada State Railroad Museum in Carson City. Our priority number 11 will be the first thing I'll talk about. This 13-acre site is the happiest site in state government. It has, it'll be the future site of the Adventure Center in Carson City. This site has never had a master plan. This is one of the museums that has kind of grown up organically, largely due to volunteer labor, and some things happen as a result of that. When you have volunteer labor, sometimes you don't get that design issues taken care of. And we've had 2 flooding incidences on the property. One cost about almost $1 million in damage to the property. It filled the museum with mud, and we were fortunate that it's railroad artifacts. They're made to be in the weather, and so we didn't damage anything long-term, but it costs a great deal of money to get the property back into operation. So this advanced planning will discuss site drainage. It'll talk about how the site works with each other, where the best places to install educational facilities, and where the build-out will be, because we need places to store some rolling stock out of the weather so that we can do our demonstrations with that. Our number 13 on that list is security fencing for the site. And this site is way open to the public, and a couple of incidences over the past 3 years that have taken place. There is a wetlands area with willows in it, and we found a very clever and hidden homeless person had taken up residence in there. And so we've been watching the property in the evenings and but after 5 o'clock, when the state goes home, the site takes on a new life. We had somebody break into the depot building and start a fire, and apparently it wasn't a vandalism. We'd have lost the building if he had been any more successful, but he was trying to find a place to have a romantic encounter, and built a fire inside one of the stoves, and our fire alarm went off. The fire department rolled, and they called the police, and they showed up finally to shoo the guy out and take care of business. We need a fencing. We need to delineate the metes and bounds of the property, and that's our number 13 request. And again, site security, we would like door strikes, we would like key fobs, we'd like surveillance, and we'd like intrusion alarms on the site. Our statewide program requests are the ADA sidewalk to connect the depot and the museum. That currently we have some issues with that, and when we're running locomotives, people will be absolutely fascinated, gawking, and walking in areas where if they'll wander out into traffic, and so we need a sidewalk where people can be safe. It also needs to be ADA accessible in order to meet the needs of most of our visiting public. The East Ely Depot Museum in Ely, Nevada is built in 1906. Our first request on this, well, it's going to be number 15 on our list, and it's the replacement of an intrusion alarm. We have a depot building there, and we have a freight barn there. We have a $9 million CIP that's on hold currently because of legal wrangling with a private foundation that shares most of the same site with us, and we have some deed questions that we're going to get resolved through the civil system. And in that pause, we have stop the CIP, the construction phase of the CIP. We're 100% design until that gets resolved to the satisfaction of the governor's office, and then we'll continue again with that. This is one of the coolest sites in the nation. If you have an opportunity to drive out to Ely and visit this site, it's a snapshot in time. When the Nevada Northern Railroad and Kennecott Copper stopped operations in the 80s, they just locked the door. Everyone thinking, yeah, we're getting laid off and we'll be back in, after Christmas or whenever it was. And they never came back. And 10 years later in the 90s, when the state is offered these pieces of property, it was like they had left. Everything was ready for work on a Monday, and they just never came back. And so it is culturally one of the most intact industrial historic sites in the nation, and it is a fascinating site. This site needs a fair bit of work, and on this, our number 15 is the replacement of the intrusion alarm. This is one site that does have intrusion alarms, but they're well past their serviceable life and needs to be replaced. And then number 19 on our list is the energy upgrades. This building, built in 1905 of sandstone and single pane windows and no insulation, it's time for us to do some energy upgrades and replace the windows and try to seal this building up tight. We have electrical baseboard heaters that haven't been replaced since the 1990s, and that's part of that request as well. So next summer, when we complete our legal wrangling, we would love to begin with the exterior of both buildings, the depot building and the freight barn building remodel, and we would love to complete these energy upgrades as well. Finally, the Nevada State Railroad Museum in Boulder City. This railroad built the Hoover Dam, and it is on the verge of going completely over the top with visitation and bringing people into Nevada and having them stay. It also is very well suited in Clark County to help augment educational opportunities and have more STEM training for the public. On this site, it's a large, number 14, it's a large ask, and it's for security fencing as well. So much of the property, we've had some intrusion. This year, we've had vandalism take place. Somebody decided that, oh, they're rolling stock, it's boxcars. We ought to tag them like we do with every other boxcar. And so somebody came on the property and tagged some of this equipment. And it's many thousands of dollars to replace and repair that. We also had some things stolen off the property, and we were pretty careful about watching where it went. They came up on eBay, and Boulder City Police Department was helpful with getting them back into our hands. And so we need to be able to secure our property. There's a $25 million project going on the property at this time to build a visitor center and have some curatorial services, admin offices, but this will be the place where you will see substantial growth in the museum system, in its activity. There is no competition for this type of activity in Southern Nevada, and we are poised to do amazing things. This museum actually adds money to the general fund typically. And then this first phase of the museum is a $25 million visitor center, as I said before. And then we'll have phase 2 and 3. $25 million didn't get one piece of rolling stock out of the weather. So our artifacts are still exposed to the elements and people with bad intent. And so we're asking for our number 20 on our list of requests is our advanced planning for the exhibit hall. There's a lot of advanced planning requests in our activity or our submittal this year because we think the unusual nature of museums and we want to have a more deliberate planning process. So we would plan in one biennium and then come for construction funds in the second biennium. We hope that next time we come in before you that we will show you what we've done with those funds and what growth that we've experienced within the museum system. I'm prepared for your questions at this time.
You must have done a fantastic job. We don't have any questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation.
You bet. Thank you. Come
Thank you so
visit
much.
us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the State Public Works Board. For the record, my name is Timothy Galuzzi. I have the honor of serving as the state's Chief Information Officer. Appears my timing has been impeccable, and it also appears that you guys are running a little ahead of schedule, so quite opportune. Thank you this afternoon for the opportunity to discuss some very critical projects for the Office of the CIO. I wanted to first start with a brief overview of our office, where we sit, and kind of why we exist as an entity within state government. I understand my time is brief, so I'll be as succinct as possible. The Office of the CIO serves as the state's central IT organization, providing enterprise-level IT services for the executive branch. Those enterprise IT services include statewide cybersecurity, server infrastructure, network infrastructure, cloud services, and direct end-user IT support. Why does this all matter? The vast majority of those services are provided for and supported out of a very unassuming building on 575 East 3rd Street here in Carson City. If you drove by it, you would not know that it is a central nucleus of compute and server infrastructure for the executive branch of the state of Nevada, and that is intentional. This building provides the server network infrastructure that supports a lot of the activities that you have undoubtedly heard about for the past day and a half during a lot of these hearings. Undoubtedly, very critical constituent touching services that range from life safety, public service, for law enforcement, for our veterans, for health and education, really across the gambit of what we do for our constituents across Nevada. And a lot of that is supported through our services within the Office of the CIO. The first project we're going to talk about today is the HVAC system replacement and arc flash study. This project is to support the cooling infrastructure for our server room floor and HVAC that keeps our server and network infrastructure cool and operational. This is not just for the comfort of the 80-plus employees that we have in this facility. This is to keep our server and network infrastructure up and running. Without this, that we would unfortunately not be able to keep that infrastructure up and running. In addition to the cooling system enhancements that we're asking for during this project, we're also asking for an arc flash study, and this is a safety measure. Our computer facilities technician, when he was doing regular scheduled maintenance on this, he opened up the container and thankfully he took the appropriate precautions and was wearing the right PPE. And you can see on this picture, it did have a bit of an arc flash. And thankfully he was unharmed, but that's why we're asking for that additional arc flash study for not only this component, but the rest of the other components that would be at risk for arc flash. We currently have a CIP for other components of this cooling system that is in flight for this fiscal year. So this would be a companion to really finish off the rest of the cooling infrastructure for the rest of this facility. The total project cost for CIP number 25256 is an estimated total of $5,750,000. Moving on to the next project for the Office of the CIO. We're looking at CIP number 25257. This is the lighting replacement for the data center. The lighting it's effectively original for the building. Not only has technology rapidly advanced since 2005 as far as lighting is concerned. We are hoping for more efficient and effective lighting for energy efficiency as well as safety. The lighting on the exterior of the building is not quite bright enough, and we do run 24/7 operations in the building. In recent history, when we have dealt with civil unrest in the neighborhood, we've had to lock down this facility, and having adequate lighting around it would add an extra sense of security and safety for our staff members that are doing 24/7 operations within the building. This would also help us with green initiatives, help lower costs as far as our energy consumption. Also envisioned in this project would be to upgrade the controllers to make sure that those controllers are as efficient as possible and up to modern standards. Lastly, for our main projects, CIP number 25258, and this is for the replacement of the raised floor of the server room. And so this server room floor is not seismically retrofitted, and we are in a seismically active area. As you can imagine, if we had a seismic incident and any of these server towers, server cages, collapsed through the non-seismically rated floor, that would not be a good outcome for us, not only for the infrastructure that could potentially be damaged, but if we had any staff members that were on that floor at the same time, they would risk injury or potentially worse. The really interesting thing about the way that these projects work, kind of an anecdote and aside, is they would actually be able to keep all of the server infrastructure up and running while they do this retrofit and replacement. So we would not suspect that there would be any outages of this server infrastructure. They'd be able to actually suspend all of these server racks while they replace the floor underneath it. A similar project was recently conducted within the Department of Motor Vehicles to bring that floor up to modern standards and safety. So we are really excited for this project to move forward and to make sure that our environment that we have employees working in every day to be that much more safer for them. Not included in the presentation, but also included in a statewide list, we also have a roofing project that is on the statewide list. We struggle to ensure that our facility is a top-notch facility for housing the state's critical infrastructure, to include server and network infrastructure for the state. Our goal is to maintain a highly secure, modern facility that ensures that the equipment is there when agencies need it, and it's reliable and resilient. And this board can help us continue with that mission by prioritizing these projects effectively. So thank you. I will stand for any questions the board may have.
Roy Walker, you've asked for $8.5 million of improvement to your building, to your 22,000 some square feet. What is your 22,000 some feet structurally? Is your building structurally and environmentally sound? So this investment into it would be a sound investment for the state.
Thank you for the question, Member Walker. Once again, for the record, Timothy Galuzzi, State CIO. The building was remodeled, I believe it was about 15 to 20 years ago. And so that's when we received a significant addition to the building. The building is well maintained, and the state's compute infrastructure is well supported in the building. I believe that these enhancements are reasonable enhancements to the building to continue to ensure that it is well maintained. I believe that a full replacement of the building would be much more, it would not be cost effective. If this was just an office building, I believe that would be a conversation worth having. But the fact that we have so much fiber infrastructure and other infrastructure that's running into this building, I think it's more prudent to continue to protect, maintain what we already have here.
Follow-up would be your parking structures and your expansion for the future. How is your parking with expansion going?
Thank you for the question, Member Walker. At this time, with the amount of FTE that we can currently support with this building, we do have adequate parking. And so unless we get another floor added to the building that rapidly increases the amount of head count that we would add to the building, I'm not currently concerned with the amount of parking that we would need.
Define you're currently concerned. Are you looking 10 years, 15 years, 20 years into the future with that?
Thank you for the question, Member Walker. Once again, for the record, Timothy Galuzzi. That would be if we would need to rapidly expand the footprint of this building. For the data center that we have now, and for supporting of that data center, I do not foresee a need to expand the footprint. For our organization as a whole, any additional space requirements could be accommodated in additional buildings. It would not be necessary to expand this building in particular.
Very good, thank you.
It looks like you only got one question. Good job. We appreciate you making your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you, members, for your time. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, let's take a quick recess. member hand for the record. I think this is the first time we've ever been ready when the court reporter hasn't been in her chair. We have to have a little fun, right? The floor is all yours, gentlemen.
Well, Will Lewis, for the record, we're pleased to give the final presentation of the day, but presentation for the Department of Administration. With me, I have Brian Walker, Deputy Administrator for the division. Both Brian and I will be sharing the duties of presenting this afternoon. Slide 2. I will cover our 2025 CIP planning and construction projects. Brian Walker will cover maintenance and statewide projects. Slide 3. We want to approach our presentation a little differently in that instead of just giving a linear walkthrough of our projects, both Brian and myself are going to highlight key projects for your consideration. And I'm going to start with the planning projects to begin with. So to make it easy on the board, I'll reference the rank of the project, allow you guys time to find it, and then I'll highlight a few key points on it. So the first project is ranked 4th in your binder. As I mentioned yesterday, this is the advanced planning for the state office building complex, Capitol complex. Next slide. Here is a preliminary site massing of the proposed structures, along with a 250,000 square foot surface parking area. And for the first phase of the future Capitol complex Greenbelt, you also see that portrayed here in this picture. We're also including the preserving of the historic gym structure as shown on the slide. It's very small, but there it is. These buildings will house and consolidate current state agencies of various agencies that are in lease spaces around the city of Carson. All of them are going to be located, of course, our goal is to locate them all within the Capitol complex, promoting greater efficiencies as well as cost savings for the state. Next slide. Here are just a few details of the project. You note that the buildings are being planned to be constructed at the present Northern Nevada Children's Home Site. And as you can see in the slide, we're proposing a $7.5 million planning budget for the project. Next slide. This project here is ranked 17th in your binder, 17th. Here we have a planning project that will include a new HVAC system and site sanitary sewer piping upgrade for the Pittman building. Next slide. The project will include updating temperature controls and will be backed by a feasibility study and a life cycle cost analysis to ensure that we get the maximum usage of our project or out of the building. Next slide. The next project is ranked 25th in your binder. 25th. This project will provide drainage improvements at the Stewart facility. Next slide. The project will address stormwater that does not adequately exit the site during storm events. And you may recall the Stewart Street facility is situated on a 110-acre campus with over 50 buildings that the state acquired or took up ownership in the early 1980s. Next slide. This project here is ranked 28 in your binder. It is an upgrade to the Marlette Lake water system. Next slide. The project will provide a pipeline that will connect the diversion dam to the sawmill site and Lakeview tank, which in turn will terminate at the Carson City connection point. Nice graphic to kind of show you the overall schematics of what we're proposing. Next slide. In addition, the project will include the installation of conduits for future fiber optic communication lines as well as necessary easement acquisitions so that we can facilitate the expansion of the project. Next slide. Next, I'd like to highlight just a few key construction 2025 CIP projects. Next slide. This project here is ranked number 1 in your binders. Number 1. This is a continuation of CIP 23C30, which provided funding for the design and construction of the 130,000 square foot office building. It will include funding for the FF&E portion of the project. Next slide. The total budget number of approximately $6.9 million will stay the same. Next slide. This project here is ranked number 2 in your binder. The project will purchase an existing office building in Reno, Nevada. Next slide. This office building, located at 10375 Professional Circle in Reno, is being recommended for purchase. The purchased building will provide 79,248 square feet of office space for state agencies. Some of those agencies are already occupying leases in the building. Next slide. This project is ranked 3rd in your binder. As our 3rd ranked project, we're particularly excited about this one. It is the state office building purchase and improvements in Las Vegas. Next slide. This project's slide shows the current footprint of buildings we purchased at McCarran, the McCarran Center in Las Vegas. The red buildings are occupied by the state of Nevada, and the blue buildings are occupied by the Legislative Council Bureau, LCB. Next slide. This project for the purchase of construction and improvements for 7 buildings, 7 additional buildings, I should say, will all be move-in ready for various agencies. These locations are convenient to much of the much of the state's workforce staff in the Las Vegas area, and they're easily accessible to and from the Harry Reid International Airport. Next slide. The project has a total budget of $150 million, providing for an additional gross square footage adage of just over 444,000 square feet, which calculates, believe it or not, to just $34 a square foot. The buildings were constructed between the years 1987 and 2007. Next slide. This project is ranked 7th in your binder. This project will provide rehabilitation upgrades to the Marlette Lake water system. Next slide. The project will provide additional funding for the full completion of the project scope and escalation all the way up until spring 2026. I just want to add that the Hobart Dam is part of the Marlette Lake water system. Next slide. This project is 24th in your binder. This is another exciting project for us. The building was built in 1891, I think you heard that said by the tourism group ahead of us, as a pavilion for the Orange County Agricultural Society or Association, I'll get it right. The remodeling will provide valuable office space within the Capitol complex and bring the building up to current seismic code requirements. Next slide. This is a continuation of CIP 23P01, which is a planning project. Next slide. This project here is ranked 26th in your binder. It's the Blasdale building. The project will design and demolish the Blasdale building. Next slide. The building was originally constructed in 1957. It was estimated from the Facilities Condition Needs Index that the ratio of repairs to the replacement value would exceed 50%. This is the point where building replacement should be considered. Now, the Blasdale building falls above the 50% mark. Next slide. This project here is ranked 30th in your binder. Finally, this is my last project to present. It's the solar photovoltaic array system at the Stewart Street. Currently, there's approximately 335,000 square feet of building area at this location. Next slide. This project supports the intent of Senate Bill 254. The project budget is based on a 600 kilowatt system and approximately 1,200 kilowatt hour of battery storage. The project will install a ground-mounted photovoltaic system at the Stewart Street location. So with that, I want to turn the presentation over to Brian Walker, Deputy Administrator, and Brian will handle the second half of our presentation covering maintenance projects as well as statewide programs for our 2025 CIP.
Thank you. So good afternoon. For the record, my name is Brian Walker, and I'm the Deputy Administrator of Professional Services for the State Public Works Division. So like Administrator Lewis mentioned, I'm going to start with the Department of Administration Maintenance Projects. So instead of going project by project, I'd like to present the administration's 19 maintenance projects in summary form. And I know I'm going in summary, so I am happy to slow down too and answer questions as we're going to the board would like. So where I would like to start is talking about actually the first two projects on the list. So please turn to project number 5 on the list. So this project is the building repairs and West Plaza replacement in the Nevada State Library and Archives in Carson City. This is a $12.4 million project to repair the structure of the NSLA building damaged by water intrusion. This damage was uncovered when we began CIP project, or was uncovered when we began CIP project 23C15 to do a tenant improvement at NSLA. As a result of the damage uncovered, 23C15 pivoted to assess the building structure, and which resulted in this CIP request. Immediate safety concerns of the building have been addressed with temporary structural shoring by Buildings and Grounds, but this project is critical to provide repairs for the long-term health of the building. The next project I want to highlight is number 6 in your binder. This is the chilled water system improvements at the South Reno DMV. This project replaces the existing chiller that was installed in just 2020 and which has already seen multiple failures to the point where it needs to be replaced now. This chiller has the same equipment configuration as the failed equipment at the Northern Nevada State Veterans Homes in Sparks, which also needs to be replaced prematurely. You heard about that yesterday. This equipment was thought to be appropriate when installed, but has since shown not to be appropriate for our climate. So we are requesting to replace the chiller now before a catastrophic failure leaves the DMV without cooling. So in all, there are 14 projects requests on the summary page that total $32 million of maintenance requests by the Department of Administration. If you look at that summary, found it. So if you look at this sheet, you'll see that there is other funding for our projects that represents highway funding for projects located at DPS and DMV facilities. So next slide. The second page of the summary lists 5 further projects, and the total request by the Department of Administration for maintenance totals $43 million. So with that, I'd just like to stop at our maintenance projects and ask if the board has any questions.
Roy Walker. First, it was in Will's first presentation, the solar. What has been our experience with the solar efficiency and the numbers we're getting from solar? Are they the numbers we're calculating, are those the numbers we're experiencing?
Brian, give me a break.
Brian Walker, for the record, thank you for that question. I don't have those numbers in front of us to know if, the numbers we've calculated have actually, penciled out for those facilities. I could do some look at that if you'd like. I know we have photovoltaic systems at some other administration facilities, if you're curious.
I think that's a number we should be watching throughout the state on their performance, and if they're not performing, to get whatever manufacturer, whatever aid we have in that, because I've heard mixed performances on a lot of this solar installs.
Will Lewis, for the record, we appreciate it, Member Walker, and we'll make a note of that and provide some more information the next time we meet with the board.
The second question is more of a general question. And from yesterday and today, I keep hearing chillers, lots of chillers. Is there any way that we can come up with a uniform type design, a uniform inspection on these? Are they living to the performance? And a water quality testing procedure going into the chillers for the water quality to make sure it's not the water that we're introducing into the chillers that are having this effect on the chillers.
Yeah, Brian Walker, for the record, that's another excellent question. I know that chillers at many of our facilities are, a custom built, custom designed for the particular needs of that facility. I know talking with our mechanical engineers, there's a multitude of different ways these things can be put together. There's different options for redundancy, the loads, the climate that particular chiller is used in. So it's hard to have like a standard, piece of equipment we could use at all state facilities. I could certainly ask the question. It is a good question why we can't make it simpler and easier for us to maintain long-term. So I will ask that question of our engineering staff. And I think the question of, the water quality going into the chillers is an excellent one as well. We've had a couple chillers on the list, and we'll see it sometimes where they don't get to what you think the expected life would be for that equipment, which is disappointing, right? I think we talked earlier today about, well, you're asking, how long is this project going to last? And we want these things to last 20 years or longer for many different reasons. Yeah, and I know if we have water quality going into the equipment that's not what it should be, that adversely impacts the life of it as well. So that's something, State Public Works does not maintain many of these facilities, unless, of course, it's a Department of Administration facility, then it's buildings and grounds, which is, part of the division. So it's hard for us to control that everywhere, but it's something we really should track at the state to make sure we've got proper maintenance on this equipment. It's expensive equipment.
On new construction, do we track life cycle for our major mechanical components?
Brian Walker, for the record. So, are you asking, do we track how it's performed and make note of that, or just doing a cost analysis for it?
Well, I'm concerned to the variety of the systems within all of our buildings, yet they all do the same function. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking for the efficiency of components and the efficiency of standardization from building to building, chiller to chiller, and I understand it's all different. Mm-hmm. But some type of efficiency through design that will bring about a similarity in our mechanical systems throughout the state.
So Will Lewis for the record, again, another excellent point, excellent question, Member Walker. I know in my conversations with the mechanical team that they work with our design professionals to ensure a certain standard that is met. There are two things I want to bring out. So we have our project managers, especially our mechanical engineers, working with our design professionals to standardize and to have a benchmark level of performance, what we want from our mechanical systems. Secondly, now that we're starting to acquire more properties, we're going to perform a needs assessment program for all of these buildings where we'll track that kind of documentation so that we can make sure what we design is actually performing to the standards that we designed it to. Thank you.
I think that needs assessment programming is critical for all of the new buildings and new structures, and to get ahead of these heating and air conditioning functions. Air conditioning in Vegas and heating in Elko. Within the state, we have two extremes, and trying to bring together those two extremes into one standard, I know will be difficult, but any buildings of similar would expect that. Thank you.
Member Hanford, I have a follow-up question on Roy's question, and that is, do the chiller manufacturers have any water quality requirements on what's going in so that in order to be able to exercise your warranty type of thing? Is there anything like that?
Yeah, Brian Walker for the record. Yeah, yes, there is. And I know that during our construction projects, and I was talking about water quality testing overall for, long-term maintenance of facilities. That's, an agency has to do that. But as a part of our construction projects, we do have some water quality tests, and that's part of our construction process. And we will also look at some maintenance type contracts, if appropriate, with an agency, just to help ensure that the chiller is maintained properly for a while. And I do know that, yes, water quality and the quality of the water can impact a warranty. Just like any system, if it's not maintained correctly, it can impact a warranty.
I remember him for the record. Thank you, Brian. Maybe if these are buildings though that the chillers are being replaced on, rather than new, it sounds like that's a new construction process. But if these are buildings that the chillers are being replaced on, are you looking at the water quality before you install the new chiller?
Yes, we are. Yes,
okay.
That's part of the design process.
Okay.
That is something we absolutely do.
Thank you. If I may, the 10375 Professional Circle in Reno, where is that located?
So, Will Lewis for the record, it's right off of the 580. You can actually literally see the building from the 580. And again, I'm a Southern Nevada boy, so I can't tell you the exact exit to take, but it's close to Double R, Gateway, those major streets. Brian?
Yeah, so Brian Walker for the record, it's located, just south of South Meadows. And so in between South Meadows and the Demonte Ranch exits, just to the east side of the freeway, there's that business park there. In the Double Diamond area.
Okay, thank you. That was purely out of curiosity.
Yeah.
And then I had one other question. Where to go here? Number 20. I pulled my finger out. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I know. On number 30, it's the solar, and back to the current federal administration's push in reducing carbon and all that good stuff. Are there any opportunities to get grants to do that?
Brian Walker for the record. So that's another good question. This is the sort of project that would lend itself to a grant funding source, and that is something we could look at for a project like this. Yeah. We have not looked at a grant for this currently.
encourage you to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
All right.
All right. Brian Walker for the record. Thank you for those questions. I think let's continue with our presentation. So the last thing I need to cover with you are our statewide programs. And I want to start with just a background on these. So for your information, statewide projects combine multiple project scopes into a single approved CIP project. This strategy allows State Public Works to manage smaller projects more efficiently through internal budget adjustments within the larger project. It provides the ability to take on emergent projects when appropriate. And finally, it allows us to commence identified projects without waiting for the next biennium if budgets allow. So with that, I'd like to start with the first statewide roofing or statewide program. That's listed in your binder as Project 501. And luckily after this, we'll just keep going in order. If it helps, that's page 855 in your binder. So, simply put, the statewide roofing program replaces roofs on state buildings. We'd like to say that watertight buildings are essential to protect buildings to protect building systems from weather damage. So note that projects with differing funding sources on this and upcoming statewide projects are separated for accounting purposes. So the next project in the binder, Project 501, for the combined support maintenance shop in Carson City is shown separately because of its funding source. 32 projects have been requested within this program by state agencies. 16.6 million of these projects are state funded, and the remaining 1.1 million military project is 50% federally funded. The statewide ADA program, Project 502, corrects ADA and accessibility deficiencies at state facilities as required to meet the needs of clientele and to decrease the state's exposure to accessibility liabilities. There are 14 projects with a total of $7.9 million of state funding and $614,000 of highway funding requested by state agencies within this program. The statewide Fire and Life Safety Program, Project 503, installs new and provides upgrades to fire alarm and fire suppression systems within state facilities. 25 projects have been requested within this program by state agencies. 23.3 million of these projects are state funded. 3 projects totaling $9 million are 50% federally funded. The statewide Advanced Planning Program, Project 504, provides $2.6 million of funding for studies and programming to support development of future capital improvement programs. The statewide paving program, Project 505, maintains pavement surfaces at state facilities. Proper maintenance extends pavement longevity and provides safe surfaces for state employees and the public. There are 22 projects requested within this program by state agencies. The first 18 of these projects request $6.8 million of state funding. The remaining 4 projects request $1.8 million of federal funding. The statewide Indoor Air Quality and Environmental Program, Project 506, provides mitigation of asbestos, lead, mold, water quality, and indoor air quality at state facilities. 3 projects have been requested in this program for $302,000. Risk Management provides $100,000 of funding for the first project to address emergent needs in the next biennium. The statewide elevator program, Project 507, repairs and upgrades elevators at state facilities. So this is a new statewide program State Public Works is pursuing this session. We found that elevators are a critical life safety element in buildings. This program will support these critical projects as well as provide proactive maintenance of elevators in the upcoming biennium. 8 projects have been requested within this program by state agencies. The first 6 of these projects request $7.4 million of state funding. The remaining 2 projects request $3.2 million of highway funding. Next, the statewide Building Official Program, Project 509, provides authority for state public works to accept fees from other agencies for plan review and construction inspection services on non-CIP projects. This project request is for $4 million of agency funding and provides state public works authority to receive these funds and to provide services to other state agencies upon request. Last project, the statewide Building Move Program, Project S10, provides $1.8 million of funding for state public works staff to coordinate state office moves in state-owned and state-leased facilities. So this is another new statewide program request, and we think it is important due to the amount of time our office has spent supporting state office moves. As a reminder, State Public Works is a fee-based agency, and this project gives us the ability to bill for time spent on this work. So that concludes my presentation, and I will stop again for questions.
Roy Walker, on your ranking 509 for your $4 million slush fund,
Yeah.
from what has been asked of us in the last 2 days is almost $3 billion. What we're going to settle on is substantially less. But say it is cut in third to $1 billion, and your slush fund would be 0.4% of that $1 billion. So how do you do emergency reaction on a $1 billion budget at $4 million? It seems like it's an insignificant amount trying to do some major work. So is there some rationale to that number?
Brian Walker for the record, thank you for that question. So on this project, the statewide Building Official Program, this funding, the $4 million of funding is actually it's just for our construction inspection staff to do inspections at other state agencies as they do construction. And the $4 million that you see in the book is agency funded. So if UNR is doing a construction project outside of the CIP, which they often do with their own funding, they will apply for a building permit to do that work from State Public Works. Building permit comes with a fee paid to our agency that provides, funding for our staff to go do the inspections. This project merely just provides like authority for us to receive that funding. The $4 million listed in the book is based off of the historical average or just historical amount that we've used that project in the past. So it's just an authority project.
So further clarification. If other state agencies are coming to us to go do their inspections, why wouldn't we have a fee of actual cost to the other state agencies when they come for this and remove this from our budget and have them come up with this budget?
Brian Walker for the record, we do have a fee. We have a fee listed, and I believe it's in our NAC, and so we do list a fee, and those are the amounts that they pay. This project actually just provides a spot in the state budget accounting system for that fee to come into. So we do use our listed fees.
So we're back to this chest that you have.
Correct. But I see what you're saying, but the $4 million, because it's agency funded, does not actually get any funds until an agency pays the building permit fee. So when this project goes through the session, there's no funding actually given to the project. I guess that's why I was trying to use the word authority. So we'll talk about, when we fund a typical project, we'll sell bonds, but we'll say, cash. We're gonna have cash or money in that project to go do the project. And then we'll talk about, on the other side, authority to go do something that doesn't actually have any cash or funding associated with it. This project is an authority-only project for us. There's no cash attributed to it during the session.
So does this mean Joy really has to watch you close?
Yes, as always.
Thank you.
Yeah. I hope that helped.
I have one thing, Clint Bentley for the record. I have one thing that I'd like to address before we close up here, and that's on, especially where the state is becoming their own owner on more and more buildings. I think it behooves us to establish a written preventive maintenance system for these types of systems, the HVAC systems, the roofing systems. They don't have to be one you pull out of a book. They need to be one that's realistic, that works, so that we are doing preventive and not reactive. And it saves us a lot of money in the long run.
Will Lewis for the record, Vice Chair Bentley, excellent point, excellent summation. Again, that is our intent. We recently hired a deputy administrator in building and ground, Kent Choma, engineer by profession, and that's his main charge, is to develop that asset management program, and then it will be able to track those type of expenditures. And you're right, we want to be more proactive rather than reactive. Thank you for that point.
Thank you.
Joy Grimmer for the record. I just wanted to thank the Public Works Division for all that you did putting on our board meeting for us.
Brian Walker for the record. Thank you so much. We appreciate your the board's time as well these last 2 days.
Kevin Lewis for the record. I want to thank you gentlemen for all the work and input that you put in. I know this is a large undertaking, and putting it in such a concise and informative manner. We appreciate your time and your effort. Thank you.
Administrator Will Lewis, thank you for that expression, Member Lewis. One of the things I appreciate about the board, y'all guys are helping us with the heavy lifting. So many of the comments and the questions that you brought out with various agencies is going to greatly help us moving forward in servicing and being able to support these agencies. So thank you again for your hard work as well.
Roy Walker. I'd like to discuss some new business. And during these past 2 days, just some comments. And I think there's a department, which is Department of Wildlife, that when they're requesting new offices, I believe these new offices can be modular. Storage spaces can consist of containers, container offices, some kind of uniqueness that we can get to them in an expeditious manner by not going through all the state red tape to service this. I think they're very unique in this, in their requests and where they're at due to all their remoteness. They didn't have their expansion numbers because they're consolidating areas and didn't expand, but some way to give them a leg up on their issues that they have. And I think this is just unique to the Wildlife Department. Public-private partnerships and putting modulars or modular office type things, which would increase their expandability. But to begin to look at that, and I don't know what it would take to start moving that idea or philosophy forward, but I'd like to see this start to move forward with a specific departments that have this remoteness and seem to get ignored by that when we use our priorities. They come at the end when there isn't any money. But if we can reduce their requests to something that is in an everyday personal budget range, I think we can do that department a lot of good.
Administrator Will Lewis, for the record, I appreciate those expressions, Member Walker, and I wholeheartedly agree. I think as we continue to change our DNA in the state and the deficit that we have in square footage need in the state, that modular type of structures, structures that are more flexible, will help us. And I appreciate the challenge that you're putting in front of us. As Public Works, we should start to develop some of the metrics that we can sit down with our agencies and start to help them bridge that gap. So duly noted, we appreciate your comment and your expressions.
Chairperson Hand, for the record, I just got a couple of things. One of them was the statewide programs. You added one to move for moving, and that's makes a lot of sense. But hopefully that won't be on the agenda. Or we won't see a lot of money in there in the future, right? After this, next year or two. That's just a sort of a general comment. We do have an agenda item to talk about the items we'd like to talk about in the future, so we'll get there. So I'll leave it at that until we go to the next agenda item. Thank you. And the next agenda item is 13, and it's board comment and discussion. So it's board comments on any agenda items. And this is our chance to get items in front of the administration. Yeah, so that we get them on the table for future meetings. And I had jotted some down based on our conversations along the way, and I can save those to the end, and maybe you guys will say most of them, or if somebody's passionate about something and would like to go first, please do.
Clint Bentley, for the record. May be simpler since you already have a list. If you go over yours, and then if you've missed anything that any of us have, then we can pick it back up.
Okay, all right. So the items that I had on, I'm jotted down, and again, this is over the last 2 days. One is construction versus maintenance, and we've seen. I mean, I've been on the board since 16, and Tito's been here forever. So if you go back, the further we go back in time, maintenance become a bigger and bigger and bigger issue. And it really, there's a sort of a question rolling around, maybe in my head, about, we see all these projects that are construction projects that are really maintenance to buildings, right? They're big dollar projects. And I know that the sort of commitment to maintenance has gone up over time, but does that need to be looked at differently? We had that funding model. We haven't gone back and looked at that. And this ties into also, is there potentially a funding model that might be different so there's even more maintenance funds available in the future? It's sort of two items in one there, okay? And I'll just sort of run through these as things we talked about. Lighting projects, there are a lot of lighting projects, and many of the presentations said we're going to get rid of fluorescent bulbs and go to LED, and what's the return on those investments? Is it really, and they say, oh, it's going to save us money. Is it really going to save us money? And you probably have a model and you're probably looking at that, but we never heard anything about it's going to save us this or that or some other amount. So it would be, it'd be good to hear those numbers so that, again, we have some sense of what they are. The cost, we talked about this a little bit throughout the last 2 days, just sort of off the record, but the costs in different places, right? Inflation, we clearly know inflation is a big issue, right? But there are costs for, I don't know, metal buildings at $400 or $500 a square foot. 1,700 square foot building, one stuck in my head, it was 500 something bucks a square foot. Really, really big numbers. And so it might be helpful for us to better understand why those numbers are what they are. Is it just inflation, or are there other drivers? I'm going to give Clint credit for this one. And then these aren't my ideas. These are just things that we've talked about along the way. But Clint asked the question, with all the challenges with Ely, would it be wise to just close Ely and go to, is it Warm Springs? Go to Vegas or Henderson or wherever it was. Because if we're not going to get over the issue of being able to get enough people in Ely, why continue to invest in Ely? I know prisons are extremely costly to build, but so that's a question. We had an invitation to go visit Stewart. Maybe the next time we have a board meeting in Carson, we could go visit the Stewart facility. I was fortunate enough to do that when it was completed. That was during COVID, and we didn't get to do it as a group, but it really was time well spent. And the last thing on the list is having a better understanding of A&E and public works budgets in our packets. So what did I miss, guys?
Roy Walker. I haven't totaled up the cost for architectural design yet, but I will do that before our September 17th meeting. And I'm noticing in the drawings, in the architectural conceptual drawings we're getting, I believe the state should have a good-looking building. But what I'm seeing through architecture, there's, I believe, a tremendous architectural bill and cost coming, and then a even more construction cost coming. I think the architecture, the imagination of the architects should be in a lot practical mode, not who can get the finest design mode. So I'd like to see architecture start becoming more standardized and with less frill that the state is paying for.
Are there any other thoughts from members? Okay, well, the next item on the agenda is public comment. It doesn't look like there's anybody in the room, so we can pass on that one. But before adjourning, I do want to, again, thank you all for, again, the great work that you did. We know this is a huge lift for you guys. We know that there was a lot of change in it was a big year for you have to be doing this in, and there's been a lot of change. So thank you again all for your hard work, and we really appreciate all that you do. We're asking these questions not because we don't think you're doing a good job. We're again, you guys are doing a great job. We just have questions to keep you up at night a little bit. Thank you.
Will Lewis for the record. Did we get an opportunity to, or did we skip the administrator's report?
Boy, I might be removed from the board. My apologies. So, item 12, I went right past our our agenda there. Okay, item 12 on our agenda is the administrator's report on agency activities. And I apologize for skipping that item, and thank you for helping me recognize that.
Administrator Will Lewis, for the record, I promise you, I'll be short and sweet. But I'd like to at least just cover just 3 areas for the board. And again, I would like to entertain some comments after I finish. The 3 areas: our current workload, our recently completed projects, and in our staffing status. Those 3 areas. Let me take that first one. Currently, we have 327 active projects and being managed by our project managers. Our Buildings and Grounds Department has handled 9,625 work orders during the fiscal year 22 and 8,115 work orders during fiscal year 23. The Building Inspection Department has processed 2,604 inspections in fiscal year 22 and in 2,754 inspections in fiscal year 23. In addition, we are continuing to reduce the amount of lease space square footage in non-state-owned buildings. As of July 2024, we had 284 total lease properties in the state for a total of 2,226,390 square feet. We're housing 8,606 employees, so in lease spaces. So you can see we really got our hands full. So far, we've purchased over $1.2 million worth of square footage of office space and warehouse space, and then we're set to purchase another 900,000 square foot in the next biennium. Kind of give you a little perspective. Let me get to that second area. As part of our overall vision statement, the Grant Sawyer office building remodel project has been scrapped, and the purchase of the McCarran Center is now the reality of us moving forward. I'm so pleased to report that we've successfully relocated the governor's office, the lieutenant governor's office, Secretary of State, and the Attorney General. Well, we got the Attorney General and Secretary of State being slated to move at the end of September. And every month, we're adding more and more agencies that we're relocating. Tremendous effort. Second, our completed projects. In spite of relocating our 2 main offices, both in Carson and Las Vegas for Public Works, our staff continues to do a tremendous job managing and maintaining the demands of our workload. And you're going to see how that comes into play a little later. We've completed 42 projects in fiscal year 22, 31 projects in fiscal year 23, and currently we're on pace to exceed those 2 numbers. This past year, we were so happy to take this board on a tour of our recently completed engineering building at UNLV, and we're looking forward to another invite. We'd like to take you on a tour of the Marlette Lake project, as well as the Silverado Ranch DMV down south when those projects are completed. So we got plans for you. The Silverado Ranch DMV is a 73,000 square foot facility. It sits on 20 acres. It's located in the southern portion of the Vegas Valley. It's a $96.5 million facility that's going to include such things as classrooms, service stations, customer service stations, testing spaces, offices, and waiting areas. That facility is going to help alleviate much of the congestion that we see happening with the DMVs in the Vegas area. And you guys, we heard a little bit about them and how they were trying to provide shade structures for people waiting in long lines. Third area, staffing. We have continued to have a challenge with staffing. We've made some stride in the past 6 months, but we've also had our fair share of setbacks. And that's because we've had members being promoted to higher positions. We've had other staff members who've left the division to pursue career opportunities. And so staffing continues to be a challenge for us. But as a division, we're running at a vacancy rate of 18%. That's down from the last time we presented at the CIP We were at 30%, so now we're down to 18%. We're going in the right direction, and I'm optimistic that we're gonna even bring that number down even further. And it's not because we're not a great place to work. Trust me, it's not because of that. Rather, it's because it's hard to find qualified people. I was so glad in one of the colleges that came up and said that they're starting a program, an architectural program up north. We need it in order to find qualified professionals up here in the Carson area. And we're also having to compete with higher salaries in the public sector. So putting that all together, you can see we got our work cut out for us, but we can see a little bit of a path getting through it. And that concludes my report. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Clint Bentley for the record. I just wanted to reiterate what Chairman Hand said a little earlier. I want to thank you and your staff for the professional way that you handled this, the presentations and the book work and everything for us. It was a pleasure to be here and do this work for the 2 days. Thank you.
Will Lewis for the record. Chairman Bentley, we got good people. That's all I can say about it. We got good people. Thank you.
Chairperson Hand for the record. Now that okay, I'm wondering. You're going. I'm uh-oh. To get back to the proper place of the agenda, and again, I apologize. The last item on the agenda is public comment, and obviously nobody's here, so we'll pass public comment, and I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
Clint Bentley, I make a motion that we adjourn this meeting in Carson City.
You have a second?
I have a second. Kevin Lewis for the record.
Do we have all in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries, and we're done for the day. Thank you all.